Members, the House is resumed for the extended sitting. When we suspended last night, we were debating the second reading of the Education and Training System Reform Amendment Bill with 6 calls remaining, which is call 7. Katie Nimmin.
Mr Speaker, look, it's important for me to rise and remind everyone that this is a system reform bill. You know, we heard a lot of debates yesterday that went well away from what this bill was actually trying to do. It's trying to reform the system, and I think it's very important we remind everybody that. And so most importantly, we heard a lot of great things within the Select Committee, made great amendments within the recommendations from the officials, and so with that I commend the bill to the House.
Great speech. Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Phil Twyford.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Any minister who is not prepared to put themselves on the line in pursuing reforms and trying to improve the system is really not doing their job, in my view. And any reform program should be informed by ideology. That is a view about the way the world is, a political view about the way the world is and the way it should be. But as legislators, we also have a responsibility, I think, to steward the public institutions, to consider the long-term consequences of the policies that we promote and the good of the country and the viability of those institutions. And on that score, this bill and this minister falls well short. She, like many of her colleagues in this government, habitually like to present their reforms and their changes as technical adjustments, as sort of fine-tuning the system, often justified around administrative efficiency. But they almost always are deeply ideological and betray a very particular political view of the institutions and the policies that they're dealing with. And this bill is no exception.
That's right.
The New Zealand education system is a complex beast. It is a partnership between educators and policymakers, between public servants and parents who govern the schools. It has for a very long time put considerable weight on the professional expertise of educators, the people who get up every day, who go to school, who go to our educational institutions with one purpose in mind, and that is to give our kids the best possible learning experience they can. And the talent and expertise of educators has been the reason that I think successive governments for a long time have trusted them with things like the development of the New Zealand curriculum and to guide the development of pedagogy. And this bill, what it does is that it undermines that. And taken together, some of the key changes in this bill amount to a sweeping change to the way that the education sector is led and how power and influence is exercised within the sector. So, like so many other bills, this is not just a series of technical adjustments. It actually betrays a highly ideological worldview. And I don't mind that per se, I just disagree with the ideology. For the national government, education is some kind of Punch and Judy morality play where they politically try to position themselves as being the voice and the advocates of parents, and they see teachers and educators as somehow the enemy, who have to be neutralised and marginalised. And that is in fact what they're doing here. And I want to point, in the time I've got, to 2 of the provisions in this bill that are, I think, particularly troubling. And one is the transfer of responsibility for teaching standards, registration criteria, the practising certificate criteria, and even the teacher code of conduct away from the Teaching Council to the Secretary for Education, the number one public servant who works for the Minister of the day. What does it mean? It means that there's a real risk that teaching standards in our system become political instruments, effectively in the hands of the government of the day and with the minister having their hands on the lever. It means that the registration requirements for teachers can shift with the ideology of the government of the day. And it means that the independent, profession-led voice that should shape our values and our expectations as educators is reduced to a compliance arm of the ministry. And that is worrying. The other provision, the key provision in this, is that control of the curriculum, what our kids get to learn in school, basically shifts to the beehive under this bill. It gives the minister sweeping powers to amend curriculum statements, even without a review, without consultation, and it allows different curriculum statements for different types of schools or groups of students. We should all, I think, take a deep breath about and consider the implications of this. Are we going to have now a differentiated national curriculum, one that depends on the school, the type of school, or the type of student? It opens the door to a tiered system, a tiered public education system that perhaps reflects the hierarchical views of the members on the government benches. It's a very significant shift away from the spirit and the flexibility of the 2007 New Zealand curriculum. This is not partnership. So the way this has been done also reflects this top-down controlling approach that is so characteristic of this government. There's no co-design here. There's no alignment with Te Tiriti. This is centralised prescription and control, political control from the beehive, dressed up as efficiency. And I want to say something to the members on the government benches and to the national government. This bill affects a shift to top-down control by the minister of the day and the ministry. Now, if the members on that side of the House and the ministers in this government were true conservatives in the real sense of the word, they would think far more carefully about nurturing the people and the institutions and the practices and the culture of our system, in this case, the education sector, to preserve stability and to preserve what's good in our system. But no, they're not. They've got all the political depth of a puddle. They're not actually true conservatives. And that's why centralism, political control is their first instinct. And they put at risk by politicising and centralising that voice and influence that for a long time in the education sector has been decentralised with a culture of collaboration across the sector. One of the virtues of that practice in the past and those decentralised institutional arrangements is that the education sector has a kind of stability that insulates this vital part of our society from the 3-year political cycle and from the fads and the whims of whoever happens to be the education minister on the day. So I say to the members across the other side, consider this. It's easy to let this genie out of the bottle, easier than it is to put it back in. Top-down control from the beehive and from the top of the ministry might suit you now. You might like that now. But in a very short period of time, there will be someone else sitting in the Education Minister's chair at their desk. There will be someone else. And your particular ideology, and I say to National Party members, a highly ideological and political view of the education sector will be replaced by another view and another minister with the same access to the policy levers and the buttons that you are now giving to this minister. Think about that, and think about whether the politicisation and the instability that you are introducing into the education system is good for our kids and is good for New Zealand.
Before we go further, could I also ask members to limit the conversations across the chamber, and also to make sure that you direct your comments through to the chair. I know you guys are all passionate about education. That's a great thing for New Zealand. Cole Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the challenge for the opposition is that the government is delivering in education. The challenge for the opposition is to accept that this government is being the voice for students and is achieving outcomes. The challenge for the opposition is that this bill delivers the next step in actually achieving outcomes. Take, for example, look, I'm sure across the House we can all agree that it is crucial New Zealand has a world-class education system. And I'm sure that we can all agree that every young person in New Zealand should reach and should be given the opportunity to reach their full potential. Some of the things that enable that to happen are ensuring the infrastructure of our education system works. And it's hard for the opposition to accept that we've gone from $1.2 million per classroom to $620,000. So this bill takes the next step in that journey, creating the New Zealand School Property Agency. It's about time the opposition got on board and supported us to take New Zealand education forward. I commend the bill to the House.
Next call is a split call. Georgie Dancy.
Tēnā koe o te manga o te whare. This bill does nothing to make things better for our children in our schools. This bill takes our education system backwards. This bill gives the minister too much power and too much influence over the curriculum, and this bill does nothing to ensure our curriculum is by Kiwis for Kiwi kids. Mr. Speaker, we want our kids to be proud of who they are. We want learning that is tailored to our Kiwi kids, and the best way to have education tailored to our Kiwi kids is to have input of our Kiwi kids and input from those who spend the most time with our Kiwi kids, our educators and our parents. This bill is not a tidy-up tune-up of the system. We know it represents a fundamental philosophical shift. I wanted to talk about a few aspects of the bill today, the first one being school attendance and the removal of the exemption from attending schools based on walking distance or other reasons. Under the bill, principals can only grant attendance exemptions under rules set by the Secretary of Education, and parents can be fined up to $3,000 for non-compliance. Earlier this year, my colleague, the Honourable Jan Tinetti, and I visited Putaka Ora Emerge Aotearoa. And part of what they discussed with us was system that they are implementing, a multi-systematic theory, MST. So this is a program for high-risk youth aged 11 to 17-year-olds and their whānau. It's a pretty remarkable program, and they've been having excellent results. So it's whānau-centred, and it gives whānau the tools to support the young people to have success. When they're working with these young people, it's the high-risk ones, so they often are not in school education, training or employment. And one of the key things that MST does is to try and get that student back into the school system, because we know that if kids are in school and they have a good education, outlook on life and their ability to achieve as later in life is more successful. So just some data from this program. At the start of the program, MST have seen that by the end of the program, 78% of these students are in school or working. 85% have had no new arrests under the program, and 94% stay living at home as the best place for them to be. And we can all agree that those are good stats. The reason I want to speak to this is because when we were having these conversations with the kaimahi at Emerge Aotearoa, they talked about how you get a student who's probably involved in the justice system, is very disconnected from school and disconnected from their community, how you get them back into school. And one of the ways that they need to do it is to get that student to attend to school maybe once or twice a week. You can't just say, right, here you go, 9 to 3, you're at school every single day. That's not going to work. I mean, it might work for some kids, but I think for some kids, you know, they need to ease into it. So the issue I take with this particular piece of the legislation is that these high-risk youth, huge success rates, but it's going to take a while to get them back into the school system on a permanent basis. If there are more if there is further repercussions for not being at school, if it's harder to get to allow someone to only attend the school 2 days a week for a short period of time, that is going to further isolate these kids from the school. In addition, if a parent is charged $3,000 for non-compliance, which is unaffordable for so many of our kids, particularly those that are high risk, that is going to put such a huge barrier on whānau wanting to access and engage with the school system. There's so much to talk about in this bill, and I spent all my time talking about this one issue, and I could go on, but this bill has to change. It's taking our education system backwards, and Labor does not support it.
Well, I take this call on the Education Training Systems Reform Amendment bill. I'm having flashbacks to the Select Committee process, where we were having one unionist after another come in, and I'm thinking, am I listening to the Labor Party speaking, or am I listening to the union speaking? And that's the difference, right? That we on this side of the House listen to parents, and on the other side of the House, all they listen to is the unions, and I commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Giantonetti.
Actually really disappointing, that last contribution. It's disappointing to hear that same old trope about, Labor and the unions. Who makes up the unions, Mr McCullum? The unions are made up of educators and teachers and people that work every single day on that front line. I am sick and tired, as are most of the people that work on that front line, of that absolute nonsense that comes out of that side of the House. We have people that know about education that sit within those unions. We have people that work there every single day. And to have a contribution like that is incredibly disrespectful to our educators, our people that do the mahi, that care about kids. It is absolutely disrespectful. I can tell you now, Mr McCullum, that they will be actually watching that contribution with utter disgust, as I was. This bill, as we have heard today and last night, is actually a bill that is based in ideology that the other side fails to see is incredibly damaging to our education system. I have heard people yell across the House, but we're making changes that are for the better. Based on what? Based on what? You go and have a look the other side of the House. Go and look at those responses and those assessment measures that you are basing that on, and see what the credibility of those assessment measures are, because they have no credibility by anyone that has any knowledge of assessment techniques in education. They are made up made-up assessment measures to prove what you think the results should be showing. And that is a dangerous position that we have in this country right now. This bill should not be progressing in its current form. It is disappointing. It is handing far more power to the minister. It is taking away. Absolutely, you are so right, my colleague over there, Rachel Brooking, absolutely typical of this government, who think that they know best, who think that they know better than the people, rather than giving the support that our educators need to make the difference. They are taking that away and saying, we know best. And then they are here saying, oh, you're there with the unions. Well, we are standing with the educators, to be fair, and the people. Mr McCullum, I would like to know, Mr McCullum, where your qualifications in education come from, because they're certainly not in this.
Can I encourage people to direct their comments through the chair and not to have
thank you, Mr Speaker. I shall carry on then. Thank you for that reminder, Mr Speaker. What I am saying, Mr Speaker, is that we've got people on the other side of the House that think they know about education and absolutely have no qualifications, no experience, no knowledge of what is going to make a difference for young people in this country. They think they know more, Mr Speaker, than what our fantastic educators do know, and they think they know how to fix a system that was doing well but needed the support behind it to make it into an excellent system. At the moment, we have a government that's taking it completely backwards, and they're basing their idea that it's going forwards on made-up results, Mr Speaker, that they've made up assessment results. I'd like them to think about that one, Mr Speaker, and I'd like them to go and have a look at those assessment results to see whether they can find that there's any credibility behind them, because I can tell them that there's not. Mr Speaker, as I've said, this bill is a terrible bill for education in this country, but I want to focus very much on, in my contribution today, on the part that removes the proposed shift in this bill of the early childhood regulatory functions to the Education Review Office in its current form. Mr Speaker, this is potentially a very dangerous part of the bill. Not only is it dangerous because it takes and splits that function away from the Ministry of Education, but what it's potentially doing is clouding the issue of where we've got supposedly an independent body who does the assessments in our schools now having a in early childhood centres now having a regulatory function as well, and that's clouding a rather unfortunate issue there, Mr Speaker. I'm struggling to see why you would make that independent body now having a conflict of interest, and that's exactly what this part of the clause is doing, is making a conflict of interest. Mr Speaker, in the submission process, a number of submitters actually brought this up, and a common theme was perceived tension between ERO's existing evaluation review function and the new regulatory responsibilities proposed for the Director of Regulations. Several submitters, and I'm just, with your indulgence, Mr Speaker, I'm just reading this from the departmental report because I do believe that this is very important. Several submitters argued that combining review and regulatory functions within the same agency could compromise ERO's independence and the perceived impartiality of its reviews of ECE service providers. One of the issues, Mr Speaker, was that when this bill was put through Select Committee, that it was a late and irregular way that this was done, so submitters didn't even really know what they were looking at this particular point in time, and that seems to have a real issue with transparency, and I'm really concerned that we're in a space where we're talking about, the government's talking about that they want to make a difference, but they're not giving the sector transparency at all around what that difference is going to be. And I think that's highly unusual that we would have that sort of situation, and this is what submitters brought up in the Select Committee process, and this could have a huge negative impact on early childhood education. The whole way through that this government has been in place, they've treated early childhood like it's not part of the education sector. It's almost been like it's been part solely of the care sector rather than the education sector. And that goes against every single piece of research that shows that education starts the moment that a child is conceived. And so therefore we should be putting in the best education system in the world right from the word go for our youngest learners. And this part of this bill is not doing that. This part of this bill is an ideological approach to early childhood. And that is a real concern. And I cannot understand why people that say that they are wanting the best have actually let this go through. Because it is completely wrong, Mr. Speaker, to do that to our youngest learners. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know that you and many of my colleagues on this side of the House met with the Member of Parliament from New South Wales legislature recently, who was the person that did the whistleblowing, really, or that shone the light on the fact that over there they've uncovered some rather nasty things that are happening in their early childhood centres. And unfortunately, they have had a number of cases, even horrific, of paedophiles that have been working in those centres. Guess what, people? What we are doing here and what we've done with regulations in early childhood is actually setting us up to have the same regulatory regime that they've got over there that enabled that to happen. That is why I'm concerned that that side of the House has not taken this part of this bill seriously. As a government, they should be standing up and saying no to this part. They should be putting the safety of our youngest learners right at the centre, and they are not. It's not just the learning here, it's the safety of our young people. And I am very, very concerned that we are setting this up. And listen to them over there. They are laughing about it, Mr. Speaker. That is a concern. That is a huge concern. Mr. Speaker, they see that that is not an issue, yet the figures elsewhere show that what we are doing here is putting those conditions in place. Mr. Speaker, this is a terrible, terrible bill. I want to end my contribution here, Mr. Speaker. Only 1% of people of submitters generally supported this bill. 1%. 85% generally opposed to the bill. That shows, Mr. Speaker, 85% that the educators who submitted on this bill know a lot about the harm that it will do to our young people and to the system, Mr. Speaker. It's a sad time that we put a bill like this through that's going to damage our education system. Mr. Speaker, I condemn this bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Vanessa Wenner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The second reading of the Education and Training System Reform Amendment Bill is an important step along this progress towards more safety in our system for young children. Imagine if the Medical Council said that they didn't believe that patient safety was one of the core functions of their existence. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what the Francis report found about the Teachers' Council. So the changes that we are making here will redirect and refocus the the Teachers' Council and ensure that children are safe and that their education is paramount. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendments recommended by the Education and Workforce Committee by majority be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand National. New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
Can you do
sorry,
in the middle of the debate?
I seek leave.
Okay, let's hear it. What's your point of order?
I seek leave to correct a vote.
You seek leave to correct the vote. Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objections? No?
Oh,
It's fine. Yeah.
no,
correct that.
actually, I'll retract that. I think we're okay.
You're okay?
Thank you.
Okay. I think we'll start again. The clerk will conduct the party votes and then we can...
Okay,
you can,
sorry.
Yeah.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
At New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakahe.
Takuta Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakahe.
Mare Meno Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
$49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakahe.
Takuta Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakahe.
Mare Meno Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. This bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. I call on Government Orders of the Day number... Sorry?
Education and Training System Reform Amendment Bill, second reading.
I must have had too much coffee, I was too quick. The bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. I now call on Government Orders of the Day number 5 and 6.
Environment, Disestablishment of Ministry for the Environment Amendment Bill, committee stage. Redress System for Abuse and Care Bill, committee stage.
I declare the House and Committee for consideration of those bills.
Members, the House is in committee on the Environment, Disestablishment of Ministry for the Environment Amendment Bill and the Redress System for the Abuse and Care Bill. We come first to the Environment, Disestablishment of Ministry for the Environment Amendment Bill. We now come to Part 1. Part 1 is the debate on clauses 4 to 16, amendments to the Environment Act 1986 and Schedules 1 and 2. The question is that Part 1 stand apart. Point of order. Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just before we start, I think it would be useful to clarify where Part 1 and Part 2 are, and this is simply because of the way the bill is drafted with reference to other parts. It looks like, if you just look at the contents page, it looks like Part 2 starts at Clause 7, but I think, in fact, Part 2 doesn't come into Clause 17, and what that means, it's relevant.
It says on my list it's the debate clauses 4 to 16, so I'll just double check for the clerk.
That's helpful, thank you. It's just it's a strange looking context page. That's just why I wanted to raise it right at the start.
So it's 4 to 16? Yes, that's correct. Honourable Nicola Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Environment Disestablishment of the Ministry for the Environment Amendment Bill is an important amendment that supports the government's reform agenda in housing, transport, urban growth and the environment. We are committed to bringing together the Ministry for the Environment, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, the Ministry of Transport, local government functions from the Department of Internal Affairs into one coherent new agency. The government wants this new Ministry of Cities, Environment, Regions and Transport, which we'll call MCIRT, to be operational on the 1st of July. Of course, in order to do that, we must disestablish the Ministry for the Environment. The purpose of this bill is to allow the Ministry for the Environment to integrate into MCIRT alongside other ministries, agencies, and of these affected agencies, as I've stipulated, only the Ministry for the Environment was created by statute and therefore requires us to gather here today to make the legislative amendments to disestablish it before it can become a part of MCIRT. Mr. Chair, I'm happy to take questions from the House.
Been able to have some scrutiny on this bill today because the implications of it are quite serious, and the concern that we've had at Select Committee is the way that this bill has just been rushed through with such a truncated Select Committee process. And I want to make the Chair clear that the literal time allowed at Select Committee to actually scrutinise the departmental report and the resulting bill was the entirety of 40 minutes. And there are substantial concerns that have been raised by submitters, and in fact almost the entirety of submitters. And so I'm really looking forward to the opportunity to get some clear assurances from the Minister about some really key aspects that I think everyone who put into this process is yet to hear. And so the first one comes to the actual decision to go down this path of the establishment of MCIRT and as part of that disestablishing MFE. And I'm interested in what other alternatives were considered. And this was particularly of concern because one of the academics who submitted very strongly on the bill was Professor Bronwyn Hayward from University of Canterbury. And she made it really clear that she had very severe concerns about the actual cabinet papers that went into this decision that actually talked about other countries overseas successfully integrating similar functions. Now, she found no evidence, and sorry, this is to quote her from her submission, no evidence of other countries that have successfully integrated such diverse oversight as environment with cities other than the Maldives and Kosovo, which she made clear have very concerning conflict of interest issues. So I'd really like to hear the Minister respond to that because other similar democratic countries that we often compare ourselves to, the likes of Canada, Australia, even the UK, when they've merged the environment as a sector, as an agency, she's pointed out that they've done so. For example, the UK had a Minister and Department for Environment, Food. Australia had Climate, Environment, Energy and Water, and Canada had Environment, Climate Change and Nature. So her concern has not been resolved and not been actually even adequately responded to, and it would be great to hear from the Minister what the alternatives were. The other aspect that is of real concern with this mega merger is actually the purpose of MCERT itself. And I'm interested to hear from the Minister what that is going to be set out as, because the Cabinet papers make it really clear in the establishment of it. They talk about the purpose being to provide joined-up advice with a regional focus on deals and delivery, backed by a strong economic engine and rich data and insights. Now, there's no mention of environment in that, and I know that we've heard insisted time and time again that because there's an E in the title, that environment is somehow still functional and relevant within that, but I'm yet to see any evidence of that, and I'd like to hear assurance from the Minister for all those submitters who so clearly underlined those concerns. So those are my first questions to the Minister. Thank you.
Mr Chair, I thank the member Lanfarm for her questions. Some were unrelated to the bill, but interesting nonetheless. But look, I do appreciate the concern that the member raises. I think, as I said in my second reading speech, you know, the environment is deeply loved and deeply embraced by we New Zealanders as a whole. And so that is why, with the passage of this bill, we're actually taking action, yes, to disestablish the ministry, the form of the ministry, but not the function. And I think, you know, to the member's point around the submissions that were received, and yes, I do acknowledge 588 submissions, I think 22 that the committee heard, and I want to acknowledge the work that the committee did. There was some really useful feedback in that, and one of those was to strengthen the oversight, which is exactly what we're doing here in this bill, by transferring the responsibility from the ministry to the newly appointed Secretary for the Environment, who will be the Chief Executive of the new ministry. But as a response to that select committee process, and to strengthen those provisions and to strengthen that oversight, that new secretary will now be obliged to report on progress under the imperatives of the Environment Act. And again, I want to be clear to this House, this bill in no way, shape or form changes the Environment Act. So everything that was a part of the Ministry for the Environment is now being uplifted and put under the responsibility of the Secretary for the Environment. I have absolute faith that this will not see an erasure or an erosion of environmental protections in this country.
Honourable Rachel Brookings.
Well, first question is how, and I will get to that in some more detail. Of course, remembering that this did not have a RIS either, as well as the shortened time frame that Lanfarm has already talked about. I want to go first to Clause 4, which is the long title amended of the Environment Act. And what this does is, at the start of the Environment Act, it says in Act 2, provide for the establishment of the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, provide for the establishment of the Ministry for the Environment, and that has been deleted, B goes. And then C, ensure that in the management of natural and physical resources, full and balanced account is taken of the intrinsic values of ecosystems and all the values which are placed by individuals and groups on the quality of the environment and the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi and the sustainability of natural and physical resources and the needs of future generations. A comment, Mr Chair, I wish legislation that had wording like that was coming before this House at the moment, but it is not. And that is our major concern, that this government is so intent on destroying the environment that all of those ensures that I just read out, very good ensures, will be diminished and will not happen. So my first question is, how will she ensure that this new mega ministry somehow holds up those ensures that I just read out at paragraph C of the purpose of the Environment Act? And then this goes in and relates to Clause 5, which is regarding the interpretation And we see as well that the definition of minister is repealed and the definition of ministry is repealed, and then the definition of secretary is amended, but it relates back to the ministry. So secretary for the environment means the chief executive of the ministry. But of course the ministry is not defined because we've just deleted the definition of that above. And so so I've got a number of questions on this particular point. Why is there no definition of ministry, even if it's a reference to the mega ministry or something else, or something that relates to those ensures that I just read out and the purpose of the Act? How does that all fit in? Should there in fact be a definition of a minister somewhere? How does that relate? And then something that Land Farm just touched on that I think other contributions will no doubt go into in more detail is this conflict of the roles. So what we heard in submissions is that if there is no clear minister, not a public official, a minister advocating for the environment, and somewhere in the Select Committee it says, oh well, those advocacy is not something that's in the Environment Act as it is. Well, we can replace the word advocacy for ensuring that full and balanced account is taken of the intrinsic values of ecosystems. Who is going to do that, Mr. Chair? That is my question for the Minister. And how will that intrinsic value of ecosystems, as an example, be, how will the Minister get independent advice on that is not mixed up with what the former Ministry of Transport might want in terms of roads, say, as a good example. So we are very concerned that there will be further capture of that advice because there's no clear route for that advice to come through, and that in fact it'll all be ignored. So those are my starting questions on 4 and 5. A more general question is, it goes back to my first question of how, and that is that we heard the Minister for Resource Management Act reform say in the annual review debates a couple of weeks ago that the whole ministry will be doing better for the environment. So if the Minister can tell us how that is going to happen.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Look, I thank the Honourable Rachel Brooking for her questions. Again, I want to reiterate that there is nothing in this bill that removes or weakens a single statutory protection. So all existing functions that the member herself as a former minister oversaw, they remain intact. We have actually strengthened accountability by introducing that annual reporting by the Secretary that I referred to earlier. The member also asked a question about the fact that there was no RIS or regulatory impact statement. Well, that is because very clearly the bill doesn't change any regulatory settings, it doesn't impose any new obligations, it simply, again, restructures how existing functions are delivered. And the focus will continue to be, as it always has been, on improving effectiveness, coordination, and not altering the underlying regulatory framework of the Act. And to address the questions around ministerial responsibility and accountability, ministerial accountability under the Act, the Environment Act, remains unchanged. We are not changing the Environment Act. Funding continues to support environmental functions. As the new minister, I have a vote. I have a budget vote. This bill does not remove accountability. It strengthens accountability through those additional reporting mechanisms and responsibilities. And I hear some heckling over that side about getting lost in the system. And I think comments like that do a real disservice to government officials who have worked for the Ministry for the Environment, who are going through a time of change at the moment, who will continue their role with the great passion and conviction and expertise that they've always brought to this role. And the point of bringing environment into a merged ministry like this is so that environmental imperatives are taken account of when we are dealing with big challenges like regional development, like transport development, and so on and so forth. So actually, this gives the environment more of a voice.
Lan Farm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, I want to pick up on the Minister's comments about her role as the Minister, because I think the concern and what was made so clear again through the actual Cabinet papers that undertook this exercise is that the intention was actually that there would be one single minister for MCERT. And we did not have it addressed at Select Committee whether there is a definite ongoing role for the Minister for the Environment or not. So it would be really great to have absolute clarity from the Minister that her government is intending to continue the role of the Minister for the Environment rather than having one single minister which is across all of these. And I think what really concerns me as well from the Minister's comments is, you know, saying that some of my previous contribution was outside the scope of the bill. The point of concern, and thank goodness we have this committee of the whole process here in Parliament, was that it was such a short time frame that we had to consider this. And actually, New Zealanders want to know what the alternatives were that were considered before rushing into this, which they so clearly have, and then asking about the actual purpose of MCERT and how environment will or won't be captured is directly relevant to the bill. You know, so sort of like just diminishing these concerns as saying, oh, it doesn't change the function, it doesn't change the function. Well, quite clearly, the functions are constrained. The departmental report clearly spells out that there are 15 acts in the environment sector which will be under the new responsibilities of the CE for MCERT. That same individual has to also balance and provide for 54 other acts across Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Ministry of Transport, Departmental of Internal Affairs in terms of local government functions. And these are not small things. You know, this is our Housing Act. This is literally our Land Transport Act, our Customs Law, and yet the environment is somehow the actual functions, although you're saying they're unchanged, the depth and contemplation and delivery of these are clearly constrained. It's clearly a different beast. And we're going to be able to look at that more as we go through the clauses. But that's the point we're trying to make, Minister, and that's where we're seeking really clear assurance from. Now, I wanted to pick up particularly on the risks around this merger, because we have this clear change from this dedicated ministry in MFE to MCERT. And we weren't provided at Select Committee. We had no information about the actual risks to MFE, and through OIA we obtained some risk assessments, and that raised real concern that I'd like the Minister to address. So you probably can't see this very well, but what it says is across the board, all the red and the orange is saying there are high risks high likelihood and high consequences when it comes to things like competing priorities, undocumented relationships, resource capacity risk, lack of clarity, unclear roles and responsibilities, BAU systems affected by the change. These are all the actual risks, and the actual risks to the actual functions that the Minister keeps reiterating will not be changed. Well, these risks didn't presumably exist before this merger was contemplated, rushed through, and will be undertaken. So I would like the Minister to address very clearly those risks. Thank you.
Rachel Brooking.
Mr Chair, still on these clauses 4 and 5, the Minister keeps saying that nothing has changed in the Act, but there are changes. That is why we're talking to a bill in front of us. And she has not said how it is that those issues in paragraph C of the long title will operate in this new ministry. And would she consider making some reference, even if it's just in the Hansard here, about how she expects the new ministry, all of the parts of that ministry, to work with that long title? That would be helpful. And then she also has not answered my question about why how the removal of the definition of minister and ministry then works with other definitions that were referred to ministry or minister. So we have that Secretary for the Environment means the Chief Executive of the ministry, and we assume that the ministry means this new ministry, but there's no definition to that point, and unless she would like to take me there. And then if we jump ahead to the clause 29, which is the Secretary for the Environment responsible to Minister, the Secretary for the Environment is responsible to the Minister for the performance of their functions and ensuring compliance with 62. But which Minister? Why is that not defined here? And that's some very basic questions. So questions about those simple definitions, and then that wider question of how is this big new ministry going to operate with that subsection C of the long title of the Environment Act, because it appears that, well, yes, there's some Secretary for the Environment, but we don't know what functions there are, what their relationship is with the other functions of this new environment, and who the Minister is. What is the Minister? So those are my questions there. Then I've just got one further separate question, and that is, again, relating to the Secretary for the Environment, means the Chief Executive of the Ministry. What sort of delegations can that Secretary make? And this is important because if it is the Chief Executive of this new giant mega ministry, then presumably they're going to be really busy, and they will want to delegate those functions of the Secretary for the Environment. So how is that going to work in practice? And then does it just all get devolved down to people at lower levels of the public service? And that relates back to our general conflict question of, we think that the environment is going to be diminished. We're really looking here for the Minister to demonstrate to us that we're all totally wrong. And what is going to happen is that this new ministry is going to be what Chris Bishop said, and actually do better for the environment on all fronts of that ministry. Every single limb, housing, local government, transport, everything is going to be suddenly focused on doing better for the environment. How is that going to happen, Minister?
Mr. Chair, just responding to the the questions around clause 5. Yes, the bill changes the definition of minister to align with the standard definitions that are actually outlined in the Legislation Act of 2019. And that Act states that the Minister is the person who the Prime Minister has delegated as responsible for administering the legislation. That person is me. The bill does not change references to the Minister for the Environment and other acts, such as the Has No Act, which you'll hear more from me about later this afternoon. There will still need to be a minister with assigned responsibility for environmental legislation and who will carry out specific statutory functions, like again those within the Has No Act. So again, I just want to reassure the House that the responsibilities under the Environment Act will continue.
Dr. Lawrence-Zeno.
Mr. Chair, I know my colleagues will have specific questions on the clauses. I have two very specific questions on the Department disclosure statement, because like my colleague, the Honourable Rachel Burking and Lan Pham have highlighted, there is no regulatory impact statement. And I also just want to mention, Madam Chair, that so far all we've heard from the Minister is reassurance, but not actually anything of substance or anything that can be substantiated by data, by numbers, by statistics. In terms of the department, the DDS, the two questions I have to ask is, I'm looking at 2.5 in terms of the extent of the impact analysis available, and it says that the financial implication of the merger have been withheld. Now, can the Minister please speak to why that financial implications have been withheld? And if the Minister wouldn't mind, because again, this is something that could tangibly it's a tangible thing that the Minister could respond to in terms of giving reassurances to the House that, for example, that the conglomerate in MCERT will have, let's say, the similar ring-fenced funding to environment as we've seen so far with the Ministry of Environment, and that level of funding would be comparable. I think that kind of reassurances is something that is tangible and substantial. The second question I have, and this is of more of a concern for me, is 3.1, consistency with New Zealand's international obligations. Now, it says this bill has not been assessed for consistency. That is a concern because under our NZ-EU FTA, there are very specific and enforceable commitments around environmental protection as a part of that agreement. Now, we have already heard from the EU counterpart their concerns with a suite of changes we've seen around climate targets, emissions targets, around the fast-track proposals, around the fisheries, and etc. All of those are enforceable commitments that could have been challenged in the international space or even in a bilateral space by EU on our involvement and our part that we play under the NZ-EU FTA, noting that this will have significant impact for our exporters. So I want to check with the Minister, what does it mean when they say the bill has not been assessed for consistency? So does that mean that there has been no conversations with MFAT on our obligations under the NZ-EU FTA? And if not, why?
Madam Chair. The Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too would like to urge the Minister to give us some responses to the various questions that have been asked, interrogating the first few clauses of this bill, particularly given the shoddy process of this bill through Select Committee, the arbitrary truncation of the time that the Select Committee had to consider this bill, the fact that 588 submitters made written submissions and only 22...
Can you just repeat which clause you're speaking to?
I'm speaking to the main clause of this bill, which is Clause 8, that repeals the Ministry for the Environment, and the process, and a general comment, Madam Chair, around the process that this bill has been through, which then requires some detailed responses from the Minister that we have not been getting.
Committee stage is to interrogate the legislation, so not the process. So can you please just refer your comments to the bill and your questions to the bill?
Yes, I have. It's to the substance of this bill, which is Clause 8, that repeals the Ministry for the Environment, which is why we're here, which is what we've been trying to interrogate at Select Committee.
And your question is?
My question is, why will the Minister not respond to the many questions that have been asked about the substance of the changes that this bill makes? I have a particular question around PCE's submission, where he
lays out the concerns that he has around trade-offs that will be missed or competing priorities that will not be able to be managed in a way that is appropriate by disestablishing this ministry. And I'll get to that in a minute, Madam Chair. But what I want to ask the Minister is whether she considered the recommendation that the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment has made in his submission, which was to leave out the Ministry for the Environment from the amalgamation of MCIT, which is literally the reason why we're here today. This bill needs to go through because of MCIT subsuming the functions of the Environment Act and the Ministry for the Environment. PC has laid out why he thinks that that should not happen, and I want to know, given there's no RIS and no real analysis of this bill, whether the Minister has considered leaving out the Ministry for the Environment in the merger. Just to go over the rationale for that, and I won't read the whole thing. I'm assuming the Minister has read that. But the point is, as we make decisions around the Planning Bill and the National Environment Bills, both of which are at Select Committee at the moment, there will be a significant need to manage trade-offs between the protection of the environment, the natural environment, and all of the other decisions that are made around cities and urban planning and growth. The concern that he laid out was that those trade-offs will be managed by the Secretary. Now, the functions, by Clause 8 repealing Section 28, it then means that the functions of the Ministry transfers to the Secretary. That's what the Minister said in a previous response. Will those trade-offs now, is the expectation that the Secretary for the Environment will make decisions either unilaterally or with other officials in this new mega ministry around the trade-offs that are inherent in those decisions? Or will they be elevated to responsible ministers? And I'd like the Minister's comment on that. I would like her to step us through the process that is envisioned as a result of the repealing of this ministry. One last question that I have is in relation to a number of submissions that were made that point to the concern that people have that this new mega ministry will actually lead to inefficiencies and inconsistencies, the likes of which we have seen with other mega ministries. The Minister has said that it will not, but she has not told us what will give us confidence, given that we've seen this before, that this will not happen. So my question to the Minister is, Minister has said that it will not lead to inconsistencies, but can she tell us how, given that the new Secretary will have to be responsible for a large number of things and not just the environment, the natural and built environment. So give us some confidence, Minister, why you think that this will not be subsumed, that natural environment will not be subsumed in this new mega ministry.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Nicola Grigg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to wrap a couple of those last questions together. As to the Green Party member that's not here any longer. The questions. No, I know that. That's why I didn't name the person. There is no RIS because there is no change to the function, as I've already explained, and to the question of why there was no international analysis. That's again, I'm advised by MFE officials who have spoken with MFAT officials that because there is no change to the function or those protections. So again, confident of that. There's a lot of rhetoric around, the contestability of advice and whether or not, the voice of the environment will be drowned out within this new merged ministry. And look, I understand those concerns on the surface, but actually, again, I want to remind the House the functions of the Environment Act remain in place. Again, that they are transferred from the ministry, the old ministry, to the secretary. But look, this concern that the highly capable, highly qualified, highly skilled MFE officials who will sit in the new MCIRT, the concern that they will no longer be providing contestable advice, I think is really a moot point. Again, there are no substantive changes being proposed to MFE's functions. Their responsibilities, my responsibilities as the Minister remain in place. We are still expected to be providing advice on environmental implications and on decisions, and we must all comply with relevant statutory requirements.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, just to start on those functions remaining in place, I want to really specifically ask about that, because given the facts that we've just heard, that the CE's role will be, yes, the 15 environmental acts for which they have responsibility for, plus the 54 other acts across considerable sectors, how will the Secretary examine and document how conflicts of interest between the 4 merged ministries will be identified and managed? Okay, because we keep getting these assurances, but it is so clear that subordination happens within ministries when there are competing priorities, when there are limited resources, and decisions need to be made. Now, I'm noting that we haven't had a response from the Minister about alternatives that were considered instead of going down this path, which again was really disappointing that we didn't hear at Select Committee. And Madam Chair, I want to make sure you know from coming into this that we had only 40 minutes of deliberation on this at Select Committee, which is why we're seeking answers to these questions here. And it's directly relevant to the bill. The other aspect that I want to address the Minister's responses on, when we asked very clearly, will there be an ongoing role for the Minister for the Environment? Because the Cabinet paper clearly said there was an intention of one single Minister. The Minister's response just now has provided no assurance. She's simply said there will be a Minister with responsibility for environmental functions. Can she please assure us and assure New Zealanders that that role is intended to be carried out by the Minister for the Environment? I think that would go some way to, at least at a very basic level, helping people understand that that will be a role that remains in place, particularly when it's been so clear that this matters to submitters in actually a unanimous way, apart from one submitter who was in support of this.
Madam Chair.
Todd Stevenson.
I move that debate on this question now close.
I don't think...
Oh, it's a very simple bill, Madam Chair.
Just settle. Give me a chance to even open my mouth. I don't believe we have explored the whole of the bill in order to take a closure motion, but in the short time I have been here, I'm hearing a repetition already, so I do urge members to move on. You can ask questions of the Minister, whether the Minister answers or not, I cannot direct, so we won't labour the point. Thank you. Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Madam
Honourable
Chair.
Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go to this point that I have raised in a different clause, which is the delegations of the Secretary to the staff, and talk generally, and I'm going to move forward here to clauses 20, it's clause 9, 10, 11, 12, that's where I'm at now. It's a little bit confusing, Madam Chair, because it says Part 2, but it's referring to Part 2 of the Act, not Part 2 of this bill. Now, the point is, what this bill has done, and it's credit to Parliamentary Council Office, they're very clever at drafting, is they've said, okay, well, we'll just replace the ministry with the Secretary for the Environment, and that is why the Minister keeps saying there's really no change. But of course there is a change, because the ministry is a big group of people and it has a Secretary at its head, and what we're saying is, well, that all the talk about that big group of people is now just referring to the one individual. And so my question is, how does that one individual then link back to a big group of people? Because of course we all acknowledge here, well, I hope I've heard the Minister acknowledge it, that big group of people are very important and they do excellent work, and they're also here sitting behind the Minister, some of them talking about the disestablishment of their workplace. So I have some sympathy for them being in that position. But my question is a structural one. When you move from a big group of people to one person, how does that work when there's already provisions relating specifically to that one person and what they do? So back to the definitions with the Secretary, is that subject to delegation, but then what we will have at New 29 is that the Secretary is responsible to the Minister, and then we move down to the functions of the Ministry, which is now the functions for the Secretary at 11, and there's that replacement that I was talking about. But then at 12 refers to section 32 of the Act, and that is matters to which regard to be given. So it's in carrying out the Ministry's functions, every officer and employee of the Ministry, so far as practicable, shall have regard to the matters set out in section 17A to G. But so my question there is how that clause is very much about that big group of people, the Ministry, not the Secretary. So how is it, where is the replacement for that? How do these do any duties apply to those staff who will be employed by the Secretary? Noting that the Secretary is the CEO and has all these other people, other very important officials doing lots of different jobs under them. So I'd like the Minister to talk through how, by doing this clever thing that Parliamentary Council Office have devised, by just swapping out the Ministry for the Secretary, how does that then relate when there were actually specific roles for those staff, for the Ministry staff, and the switch out doesn't work because both were already had provisions relating to them, and we really want to know how those people in that ministry that are now part of the bigger ministry, how they will still operate as a unit, which might be one way of describing it. So it's particularly there. I've asked the delegation questions in relation to clause 5 and also clause 9 that 29 replaced, and now I'm asking specifically about section 32 being amended. Thank you.
Steve Abel.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm wanting to refer specifically to Part 1, Clause 6. New Section 2 is to be inserted, transitional savings and related provisions. In regard to the savings, Minister, I wonder if you can outline what savings are being referred to here. Presumably in the amalgamation of these ministries, the government is hoping to make some savings. What are those savings projected to be? Are those savings in the resource expenditure, in the staffing numbers, in the allocation of ministerial staff even? And if there are any savings to be made and any reductions in the resources put towards the specific responsibilities for the Ministry of the Environment as covered in the Act, current Ministry of the Environment, how then can you disabuse the New Zealand public of their incredulity at the suggestion that there will not be a dilution of focus and resource put on the environment? Because it seems obvious to us, Minister, and whilst you are reluctant to specifically speak to this point, it seems obvious that if there are savings, a reduction in resources, a reduction in staffing, a reduction in ministerial focus and ministerial support, that there will be a reduction in ability to uphold the Act. Can you please speak to that point? Thank you.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Nicola Grigg.
Yeah, just acknowledging the member and his questions. Look, we've made no bones about the fact that there is incredible double up and duplication across the bureaucracy of government. I'm sure there will be savings, but the whole point of merging these ministries is to streamline and find efficiencies, yes, but again, that does not mean, to use your word, the dilution of environmental preservation and protection. Metrics to improve the environment will not be worse off. As I've said to this House on multiple occasions, we are bringing in stronger provisions to safeguard environmental performance. Of course, through, as I've outlined again, through the Secretary's functions, we're providing more transparent public accountability. That creates a new and clearer line of sight, I think, on the outcomes that the let's call it the ministry team within MCERT will actually be delivering on. And again, you know, I, as the minister, so long as I hold this delegation, I am accountable to this House and indeed to the New Zealand public. But look, we are open to continuing to refine the metrics that are being reported on. We do want to ensure clarity and confidence in the Secretary's environmental functions under the Act. And I think, rather than condemning this thing before it even begins, I actually think we should be excited about the opportunities it's going to bring to an entirely new integrated planning system where the environment is actually going to be at the heart and the centre of it for once.
Dan Roseman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister. Clause 13, it deals with committees, and on the surface of it, it looks fairly routine. It replaces references to the Ministry for the Environment with references to the Secretary for the Environment. But once again, when you step back, this clause highlights a bigger issue with the bill, and you know that's why I think it's heading in the wrong direction. Committees are one of the key ways that expert advice, independent thinking and challenge are brought into environmental decision making. So where science and technical expertise and community knowledge can be tested and debated before decisions are taken. And that's especially important for environmental issues, which are complex, long-term and often quite politically difficult. By shifting everything from a ministry to a secretary, Clause 13 further embeds those committees inside the executive instead of sitting alongside a dedicated environmental institution. And their work is now controlled through a single senior official inside a very large kind of multi-purpose ministry. And that matters for democratic oversight. The closer expert advice sits at the centre of a delivery-focused mega ministry. The closer that is, the easier it is for that advice to be filtered out. And that's exactly why I've put forward an amendment linked to Clause 13A after new Section 34(2). My amendment will require the Secretary's annual report on the Environment Act functions to be provided to the Environment Committee and published as a standalone document. That might sound simple, but it's very important. It creates a clear line of sight between what committees advise, what the Secretary does, and what Parliament can actually see and scrutinise. And it ensures that the environmental performance isn't just reported quietly to the Minister. It is open to examination by the House and also the public. And without that transparency, committees risk becoming an advisory in name only, producing work that disappears into the machinery of a large department with little visibility about whether it has actually made any difference. The fact that the Select Committee added Clause 13A at all tells us something. It shows that there was already a concern that accountability would be weakened once the Ministry for Environment was disestablished. My amendment simply strengthens that safeguard and makes it meaningful. So when Clause 13 and Clause 13A are read together, a pattern emerges. The bill centralises control and then adds reporting to compensate for the lost trust and visibility of centralisation, or that centralisation creates. And in my view, that's a step backwards. So my two questions for Clause 13, how can committees provide genuinely independent and influential environmental advice when their work is controlled by a secretary embedded in a large delivery-focused ministry? And my other question, Minister, is doesn't the need for a stronger reporting and transparency through Clause 13A and my amendment suggest that democratic oversight is being weakened elsewhere in the bill, including by changes to those like in Clause 13?
Ingrid Leary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is my first call on this bill, and I'd like to ask the Minister about something she has brought into the debate and actually gave a very lengthy answer about with no specificity, and that was when she talked about the inefficiencies in the current system. So we heard a bit of a speech about why this was going to make things more efficient, that there was duplication, and yet in the whole of that very long answer we did not hear one example of what that looks like. Now, for viewers sitting at home, perhaps it could be a compelling argument, but without the evidence of that it is utterly meaningless. So Minister, please, can you give us some specific examples of the duplication and the inefficiency that you say underline the purpose of this change to the law, this fundamental change that is going to sweep away in one hit an incredibly important institution that we have in New Zealand? Please give us some specific examples so that your speech doesn't sound like hollow rhetoric and lines from a page, so that we can understand exactly what the efficiencies are that you are seeking to make happen here, Minister.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Grant McCallum.
Now close.
Madam Chair.
I'm very tempted, but I will give other members a chance to introduce new material. Lan Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And look, I want to assure you, Madam Chair, I'm really keen to just step through with new material the entire time. Again, we have not had the scrutiny on this bill, so I really appreciate the opportunity to do that. Now, firstly, just coming straight to Section 9, I think the fact that we haven't heard assurance from the Minister about an ongoing role for as the Minister for the Environment, this is even more important, because so clearly the Environment Act itself, given the changes that are proposed in this bill, should so clearly establish the position of the Secretary for the Environment and give it that sound statutory basis. Because at the moment, while it repeals the establishment of the ministry, this is not actually replaced with an equivalent provision for the Secretary for the Environment themselves. It simply states in Section 29 that the Secretary is responsible to the Minister for performance of its functions. And this was emphasised by the Environmental Defence Society, saying if you are, which clearly the government is, disestablishing this clear role for the Minister, then there should be an equivalence. And so that's what I've proposed in my amendment paper, to put in that equivalence, which so clearly can be something that is pointed to, that actually gives people assurance that this has a sound statutory basis. Now, I want to come as well to Clause 6, because those transitional savings and related provisions are still remain unanswered. Basic things about how many staff within MFE right now are contemplated to be transferred over, and what is being contemplated when it comes to, again, information that was not provided to Select Committee, that was obtained via OIA, which says there is a high likelihood of high consequence of competing priorities in this contemplated merger. Now, what is actually being done to address that risk? What about the high likelihood with high consequence about resource capacity risk? Because the concern there is with high workload and attrition, which comes from any of these mergers. Because we know, Madam Chair, that large-scale machinery of government changes invariably result not only in loss of experienced personnel through redundancy or reassignment, but specialist leave. And that's why it needs to be addressed, because again, we're given this blanket assurance, no, it will all be fine, and yet the risks are documented here, and us Select Committee members, which are talking to this right now, did not have this. Now, they might not be concerned about the risks, but I certainly am, and all of those who submitted are, because they thought this was a bad idea, and this table tells us it is a bad idea. So we want to know, and we want assurance from the Minister, has she seen the very real risks to the Ministry for the Environment that come from this merger, and what is being proposed when it comes to mitigating these, to working through them, and being able to back up her constant assurance that everything's fine. We want to know that it will be fine. So I'd appreciate answers to those.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Nicola Grigg.
Throughout the duration of this committee stage, I've been asked a number of questions that are operational and that are not within my remit to respond to, so I won't be. But I do want to talk a little bit about this ongoing presumption that the disestablishment of the Ministry for the Environment and the transfer of its functions to the new Secretary Environment will somehow negatively impact the environment of New Zealand. I am going to continue to push back on that, because I want to keep reiterating that the ministerial accountability, and I accept there have been questions about whether or not the Minister for the Environment will continue. As anyone who has been a part of our government within this chamber knows, that role is entirely at the discretion of the Prime Minister of the day. I cannot predict the future. I don't know that my role will continue, but for now, I am the Minister for the Environment. I continue to be accountable under the Act. Those accountabilities remain unchanged. The funding will continue to support environmental functions. And as I keep reiterating to the House, the functions of the ministry are now being transferred to the new Secretary. They are new and stronger provisions that require that Secretary to report annually to me, who currently holds the role as the Minister, and to the Parliament on that work. That was recommended by the committee that member is also a member of. There is now a stronger level of scrutiny that occurs than before. So I cannot reiterate that point enough.
Madam Chair.
I am reluctant to take any more calls, but I will have another go and see if we can move this on. Rachel Brooking, Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Madam Chair, still no answer on Section 32 and if there is a duty on staff. That would be useful. Briefly on Clause 13, where Ministry is being placed with Secretary, has there been any consideration of the Ministry, the new mega Ministry, taking on that setting up of committees rather than the individual of the secretary. Short question. Going on to page 5 of the bill, and again, this bill looks a bit strange, but it's Schedule 1, new Schedule 1 inserted, and this relates to transitional provisions and says the Ministry for the Environment disestablished. The Ministry for the Environment is disestablished. Given the Minister's comments about how important the environmental aspects of the new mega ministry will be, would she consider rephrasing that to something that is more positive? That's one question, rather than talking about disestablished. Adding something there is a creation of a new ministry with environment at the heart of it. That might be. I'm sure PCO can think of some better drafting than that, but would she consider some change there to turn it to the positive rather than this negative, disestablished? Does the Minister also agree with me, and not with the statement that she just made, that where statute requires there to be a Minister, the Prime Minister is constrained by the delegations that the Prime Minister makes towards what ministers are required, because that is the point. And this legislation requires there to be a specific ministry and defines the minister, and that is now being removed, so it is a change. While that might apply to some other parts of the government. In the 1980s, there was specific work to create these institutions, Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment being one, the Ministry for the Environment being the other. We were talking here about the Department of Conservation the other day as well, plus the Resource Management Act. These are all a package. So it is a change that the Prime Minister just gets to decide whether or not there is somebody with the delegation of Minister for the Environment. Then my further question is on this going back to the schedule here generally and the transition period, and I know we'll talk about transition as well later in the title and commencement section, but has she given any consideration? I know she's talking about things being operational, but we do have huge changes in the resource management reform system, and there's talk of changes to local government as well that have come in since this bill was introduced. Has she given any consideration into the amount of change that is happening at the moment and the timeframes for the transition, given that the first report must be made for the financial year that begins on 1 July 2026. So this new mega ministry is presumably happening on 1 July 2026 with all this flux and all this change, that some of which has been announced subsequent to this bill being introduced. Has there been any advice or consideration on that point?
Madam Chair.
Brian Hamilton.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. I'm point of order, Lan Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please let me take a call to address questions around the actual funding and expenditure?
Sorry, I've already put the question.
Madam Chair, we are moving really clearly through the bill. We're doing that. It's new information that's been raised.
I have already put the question. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Tāku Te Whirus. Marimiano Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed to. The question is that Land Farms tabled amendment to replace clause 9 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote's called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whirus. Maria Mano Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Honourable Priyanka Rahakrishnan's tabled amendment to clause 9 to insert new section 29C is ruled out of order as being outside the scope of the bill. The question is that Land Farms tabled amendment to replace clause 10 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote, please, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whirus. Maria Mano Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Land Farms tabled amendment to replace clause 12 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. A party vote's called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whirus. Maria Mano Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
Members, the ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Land Farms tabled amendment to insert new clause 12A is ruled out of order as being outside the scope of the bill. The question is that Land Farms tabled amendment to clause 13A inserting new section 34(2)A be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. A party vote is called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whirus. Maria Mano Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dan Rosewarne's tabled amendment to clause 13A, inserting new section 34(2)A be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, please, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whirus. Maria Mano Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Priyanka Rahu-Krishnan's tabled amendment to clause 13A, inserting new section 34(4), be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Party votes called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te First. Miriam Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Land Farm's tabled amendment inserting new clause 13B be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Noes have it.
A party vote's called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te First. Miriam Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
Members, the ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Part 1 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. A party vote's called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Tāku Te First. Miriam Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed to. Members, we now come to Part 2, which is the debate on Clause 17, the amendments to other acts, and Schedule 3. The question is that Part 2 stand part.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am interested in the Minister's view. Maybe it's an optics question, but my question relates to the phrase delete for the environment. And we see that in the Hazardous Substances and New Organisms Act, delete for the environment, delete for the environment. Then we go over to the Resource Management Act, and again, Section 360K for delete for the environment. And then in Schedule 1AA, delete for the environment. Then in Schedule 1AA, Clause 5.1, delete for the environment. And even in the Waste Minimisation Act, Madam Chair, we have delete for the environment. And the question here is a very simple one for the Minister and those people who are so interested opposite, and that is delete for the environment emblematic of this government?
Land Farm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what I'm really hoping for some response from the Minister on is the very clear concern that came from the actual disestablishment of the environment. And this came primarily from the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, but was echoed by many, many, many submitters. And this is about, because of this disestablishment, as we go forward into budget and expenditure that is associated with what would be the Ministry for the Environment, soon to be disestablished and then being insert, how will that impact on existing appropriations and transparency when it comes to those appropriations? Now, again, at Select Committee, we were not offered any assurance that there would be clarity about these ongoing buckets of money that will be directed towards MFE, which will no longer be MFE. What can the Minister provide in terms of assurance that the funding will be transparent, that the funding, that the vote appropriations will come to the Environment Select Committee or not? What kind of assurance can we provide to the many submitters that were concerned about the funding of these environmental functions becoming less transparent and harder to scrutinise? And this is particularly important when it comes to the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment's role in actually assessing environmental expenditure, and his concern around that is also of concern to myself and other members on the Select Committee. Now, I would love to hear what the implications are and what the Minister's understanding of the implications are, because this is something that just seems like a gaping hole where, again, we are provided with a response where there's nothing to see here and nothing changes, but actually the question has been unanswered, and even clerks at committee level were unsure how this will actually play out when it comes to expenditure. So if the Minister could please address that. And I note that there are also outstanding questions when it comes to the actual costs of the merger and the so-called savings that are yet to be answered in this entire process.
The question is that part 2 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party votes called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Tāku Te Ferris. Miramano Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed to. The question is that Schedule 1 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Oh. Party vote, please, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Tāku Te Ferris. Miramano Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed to. The question is that Schedule 2 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote's called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Tāku Te Ferris.
Maria Mino Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed to. We now come to Schedule 3. The question is that Land Farms tabled amendments to Schedule 3 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote's called for, Mr Clerk.
Yeah. New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapkingi.
1 vote in favour.
Can I please confirm Te Pāti Māori's vote?
Sorry, I meant 4 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Schedule 3 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote's called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed to. Members, we come now to our final debate, which is clauses 1 to 3, title, commencement and principal act.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start with section 2, or clause 2, which is the commencement, and that is this act comes into force on 1 July 2026. Obviously, that is very soon, because we're in May already. And we know that a chief executive for this new mega ministry has already been appointed, and I'm wondering if the minister is concerned at all by that appointment being made before this legislation has been passed, and that element of retrospectivity. That is my first question, Madam Speaker. My second question relates to one that was unanswered in part 1, relating to whether or not there had been any consideration of the larger changes that are happening to the wider environmental and resource management and local government systems, with changes that were just announced, I think maybe a couple of weeks ago, about local government and merging of local government, and of course the relevance to the Ministry for the Environment and then this mega ministry is that they are all the people in charge of resource management legislation, drafting it and then implementing it. And we know that this government has brought back the Resource Management Act and then is going to divide it into 2, one that fits quite neatly with regional councils and one with territorial authorities. But that is a lot of upheaval. Plus, we have this local government upheaval that has only been announced subsequent to this bill going through the select committee process. So has the minister considered what the impact will be on the transitional provisions for all of that resource management and local government reform that this new mega ministry will be also part of? It just seems like it's going to be a very bumpy ride, Madam Chair. And so my question to the minister is about that bumpy ride. How is that going to be addressed? Can she give us any comfort? Now I turn to the title, Madam Chair. And questions there if the minister keep saying, and so has her colleague, Honourable Chris Bishop, that in fact this is a positive change, that in terms of the environment, that the new mega ministry is going to take heed of the environment and be a more powerful implementer of good environmental things. Those are my words, but they seem to be what the ministers have said. So again, would she consider removing this word disestablishment and adding some positive words in there? So it could be that this act is the environment becoming more powerful by being the central consideration of the new mega ministry. I mean, that's a positive statement, isn't it? Right. Oh, the minister's nodding her head. I'm looking forward to the government amendment that makes the title change here. And if the minister can confirm to me that that is her intention, let's get it on the Hansard, Madam Chair, that this is going to be the centre of a big, powerful ministry, and the environment is going to be where it should be, at the centre of all our economic decisions, because, of course, that is where our economy all comes from. Or, Madam Chair, does the minister think that it should be in this negative? So rather than the disestablishment of Ministry for the Environment, should it be the disestablishment of any pretence of care, of thought, of advocacy for the environment? Because is that actually what this is part of? It's part of the bigger picture. We've been here this week talking about the Conservation Act. We're in Select Committee talking about the Resource Management Act, and it does seem emblematic of this government that they just want to do worse for the environment. So I'm giving the Minister an opportunity to give us all some comfort, to say that yes, let's change this negative, Nellie, name of this bill. Let's make it positive. Sorry to Nellie. I don't know why I brought Nellie into this. I apologise to Nellie. Let's be positive. Let's be positive for the environment. Let's do better. Looking forward to your response, Minister.
I'm so pleased to answer this question. It seems finally we're in alignment, because this is exactly what we want to be doing and where we want to be going. We are being positive for the environment. I just want to address the members' earlier questions about whether or not I'm concerned about the Chief Executive's appointment. In a word, no. MCERT was established separately by order in Council on the 1st of April, and Mr Jeremy Lightfoot was then appointed as the CE. I have since met with him and am very comfortable and confident about the transitional arrangements that are in place. But again, just to quote the member, the bumpy ride that she talks about, actually this is an opportunity to get excited and lean into this change, and this is exactly why MCERT is being created, to make it easier to connect and to align these agencies and the people within them. Let's not forget, it's actually the people within them who are doing this work, and it's going to, they are really looking forward to the opportunity. But, I love this member's newfound positivity about this change.
About the environment. I'm always positive about the environment.
I'm probably not going to agree with her name change. However, I think we can probably all agree on the sentiment that we are here. Yes, the Environment Act was created and the ministry was created back in the 80s. In fact, I think it's probably just about as old as I am. But what a legacy it has created. And so this is not actually about dismantling that legacy. This is a new chapter. This is a new story of environmental management in New Zealand. It is not the end of the story. And, comments have been made about international examples, but actually New Zealand historically has been a leader in how it develops and creates public policy, and indeed the agencies that drive that. So this is, as I keep saying, this is about updating the machinery of government to reflect today's challenges, where environment will sit proudly at the centre of it, so that infrastructure development and urban development are all centred around the environment and are all deeply interconnected. So I welcome the members' positive attitude towards this change.
Land Farm.
Wow, look, if only greenwashing could get us somewhere, we would be, just imagine, we would be soaring. We would be in utopia right now. We would have solved it all. Sadly, the elements and the evidence of the environment ground us in our reality, and we know that it's not that, and it's so far from that. And I want to pick particularly up on Clause 2, because this Act comes into force just in a few weeks. And my request and plea to the Minister is to consider the Act coming into force on the 1st of January next year. And the reason why I'd love the Minister to seriously consider this, and actually her entire government, is because not one party campaigned on this. You do not have the mandate as government, sorry, not you, Madam Chair, the government does not have the mandate.
Good save.
Thank you. To put this through. And it would do justice to the people of New Zealand to put the question to them whether a dedicated voice at the heart of government is something that they actually want. Because again, we already heard from submitters that that is what they want. And even more than that, it is so important to them. It matters to them. And it matters to me. Personally, as a new Member of Parliament, I could have never contemplated to actually come here and be debating the disestablishment of the Ministry for the Environment. So I'm not just going to get over it, Ryan Hamilton, because it's actually not something to just flippantly dismiss like that. And it's really unfortunate to come from you when you've been, sorry, Madam Chair, from Ryan Hamilton, when he's been sitting there so-called listening to submitters. I think that's the role of government members. Yeah, I have read the bill. Thank you, Ryan Hamilton. Now, I would love that consideration. And thanks for the suggestion about what the title should be, because I also propose that the title would be more helpfully environment, brackets, forgot about the foundation of our collective well-being and buried it in a mega ministry amendment bill. Because that is the reality of what we're seeing here, and the dismissal and the lack of assurance that we've had the whole way through is absolutely astounding. And I think the fact that it's this constant dismissal is just telling that either there's such a misunderstanding and lack of comprehension about the implications of this that is really just telling for this government. Because like the Honourable Rachel Brooking mentioned, this is part of a bigger picture. You know, we still haven't had any response about the actual risks. We still haven't had any response about the purpose of the ministry, of the new mega ministry.
We are debating clauses 1 to 3.
Which has so clearly been documented, and we really need assurances, and we haven't had them. Madam Chair, I would love the government to consider particularly the commencement date. I would love them to understand how much this matters to New Zealanders and how little support there is. Because even though we've been through this process, that has not been heard, and it's completely unacceptable.
Madam Chair.
Ryan Hamilton.
On this question, now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Shocking process.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
Favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Ferris. Marumina Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed to. Land Farms tabled amendment replacing Clause 1 is ruled out of order as not being an objective description of the bill. The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote, please, Madam Clerk. New Zealand National.
49 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Ferris. Marumina Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed to. The question is that Land Farms tabled amendment replacing Clause 2 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote's called for, Madam Clerk. New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Ferris. Marumina Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Clause 2 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote, please. New Zealand National.
49 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Ferris. Marumina Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed to. The question is that Clause 3 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party votes called for, Madam Clerk. New Zealand National.
49 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Ferris. Marumina Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed to. I will report this bill without amendment presently.
Members, we come to the Redress System for Abuse and Care Bill. We start with Part 1. This is the debate on clauses 3 to 8, preliminary provisions and Schedule 1. The question is that Part 1 stand part. The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I want to just start these proceedings by thanking the 168 individuals and organisations who submitted on the bill, including the 35 who made oral submissions to the committee. And I want to specifically acknowledge the survivors in care of abuse and care who submitted, and to thank them for their courage and bravery and willingness to be part of the process. Following the second reading, I wanted to make some clarifications on aspects of the bill after hearing some of the speeches from the different parties. Firstly was in relation to some of the speeches given by the Green Party and Te Pāti Māori, who made claims that survivors would be excluded from financial redress. Mr Chair, if a serious offender wants to apply for financial redress, the bill creates an additional process they have to go through. The bill does not exclude serious offenders from redress. Survivors that are serious offenders are still able to access the personal apology, wellbeing support, access to care records, survivor experiences listening service and other supports. Their applications will be considered by an independent, qualified decision maker who is a skilled legal professional, considering a range of factors, including submissions from the survivor. It's expected that many serious offenders will receive financial redress after consideration by the redress officer. For context, Mr Speaker, so far since the 9th of May, around 2% of new claims since that date have fallen into the presumption scope. We've seen from the Australian scheme that those who haven't overturned the presumption are those who have undertaken rehabilitation and who have gone on to reoffend. The government considers that the payment of financial redress to survivors with convictions for serious, violent or sexual offences could bring the state redress system into disrepute or adversely affect public confidence in the redress system. Now, I understand that the survivors who are also serious offenders are victims too, but requiring these additional steps for the most serious offenders is necessary to ensure public confidence in the redress system. In some cases, people have gone on to significant serious offending, leaving behind them many victims of crime and ruined lives. We think this deserves a separate process where their individual case is carefully considered. Putting this process in place will help to avoid a situation where financial redress is provided to a person who has committed the most egregious offending and public confidence in the redress system as a whole is undermined. The additional steps will only apply to those convicted of the most serious violent and sexual offences and sentenced to 5 years or more for that offence. And we acknowledge that this is a difficult balancing act. What happened to survivors in state care was horrendous, and we also acknowledge the Royal Commission's findings about how some survivors ended up in the criminal justice system. But it is also important to note the combination of specified offences and a sentence of more than 5 years or more sets a very high bar. As New Zealanders know, only the most serious crimes attract a sentence of 5 years or more. As stated in the House at second reading, of the survivors who have lodged claims since May and completed a declaration and criminal record check, less than 2% have been identified in the scope of this process. And we know from overseas examples that of that 2%, the vast proportion of those who go through the process receive financial redress. This is for the most egregious cases. The apology provisions will support the redress agencies to make more fulsome personal apologies to survivors, apologies that acknowledge and take responsibility for harm that survivors experienced. A personal apology is a key component of the redress offered by the state system. The Royal Commission found that while some survivors had received meaningful personal apologies, the majority had not. The legal protections are necessary to enable the agencies to make apologies to survivors that as they've asked for, and that they're made in the context of a redress process which does not substantially test or investigate the allegations made by many survivors. The bill does not change a survivor's ability to take their claim to court. I'll say that again, for the benefit of some people who last night claimed that this would. The bill does not change a survivor's ability to take their claim to court. And on that, Mr Speaker, I want just to make it clear to the member in the House, Helen White, who made that claim last night, this is an alternative dispute resolution system that is full and final, but if a survivor wishes to go through the court system, instead of the alternative dispute resolution system, they are able to do that. But if they do choose to go through the dispute resolution system, the apology that is provided to them as part of their full and final settlement will not be able to be used as evidenced in a court process, which allows the state to be more fulsome in our apology. What it means is that apology cannot be used by someone else in a court proceeding that they choose to take. Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Almost done. By someone else who has choosing not to use the alternative dispute resolution to be able to use that apology in court. Mr. Speaker, I do welcome the opportunity to hear from the members of the House and answer their questions.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the Minister for that opening address. I also want to acknowledge members of NZCAST who are currently in the gallery today watching the committee stage as we go through this. I do have a couple of, simple questions for the Minister at the beginning, and picking up on what the Minister said in terms of the ineligibility of serious offenders when it comes to redress or a redress scheme. And I want to start by looking at Clause 3, Subclause A. My first question to the Minister is, what is the Minister's understanding of a legal presumption? Because A is very clear that the legal presumption is that they are not eligible for financial redress under the redress scheme. Yes, B sets out the process like the Minister has stated, but I want to check at the beginning of the Minister's understanding of the term legal presumption. My second question to the Minister, and again, looking at the purpose of this Act and kind of following on from what the Minister said, and one of the things we've heard from the Select Committee stage, is when we are looking at, sorry Mr. Chair, we're looking at Part 1, preliminary provisions. The ask was clear that what the survivors has asked for is a survivor-centric and survivor-led approach when it comes to redress. Now, the Minister, you mentioned before that there is independent, but can I check, just for the sake of, argument, and also for the sake of what we've heard in the Select Committee stage, and it's also as a part of the recommendations from the Royal Commission of Inquiry, is under the purpose of the Act, when you're looking at the legal presumption, when you're looking at the process set out in 3B, how much of that is survivor-led and how much of that is appointees or independent, yes, but still independent process as established by the Crown, aka as established by the very people who abused these survivors in the first place. So those are my two questions for 3A and 3B. What is the Minister's understanding of a legal presumption? And is any part of the process in 3B survivor-led?
The Honourable Willow-Jean Prime.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to follow on from that contributions, specifically around presumption. I have tabled some amendments. They may have not come through from the House Office just yet on it, but my proposal is that in Clause 3A, after establish, that we remove the words that are currently there, which is the legal presumption that serious, violent and sexual offenders are not eligible, and replace it with the new words, a process to assess the eligibility of a survivor of abuse in care sentenced for a serious, violent or sexual offence. The Royal Commission into Abuse in State Care and the High Level Design Group and a vast majority of the submitters to the Select Committee advised survivors who had been sentenced to criminal offences or spent time in prison should be eligible for redress, including financial redress. The presumptive exclusion goes against the established evidence about the connection between trauma, abuse and harm and criminal behaviour, which the Minister acknowledged in her opening statement. It removes the responsibility of the state to provide full redress to people that are harmed, that it harmed. providing financial redress to people, survivors who had been sentenced for serious violence or sexual offences, have been receiving financial redress since the first claims process was set up 20 years ago. The introduction of a presumptive exclusion will now disadvantage a very small group of people. These are the people who have been unable to engage in the redress process up until this point, meaning they are likely to be significantly traumatised, lack literacy, or have cognitive impairments or disabilities. This is highly discriminatory. Given so many settlements had been resolved, the presumptive exclusion will disproportionately impact on a disproportionately small number of people. Mr. Speaker, I spoke to this in the second reading, and I want to highlight for the Minister's consideration in rewording that clause 3. The evidence that we had before the Royal Commission. In its report, Pathways to Prison, the Royal Commission found that imprisonment rates were higher for survivors of abuse and neglect in care. Previous research found that 1 in 5 and up to 1 in 3 individuals who resided in social welfare institutions during the inquiry period served criminal custodial sentence later in life. And this experience was even worse for Māori survivors who were disproportionately put into social welfare institutions and prison. And that is also noted in the Cabinet paper. I spoke about the whakapakari program, where 100% of children placed in the whakapakari program by Child, Youth and Family ended up in the adult justice system. Survivors who have been sentenced have already received the punishment for this. They do not need to be punished further by being presumptively excluded from the financial redress. So my question to the Minister is, would she consider removing the legal presumption and replacing it with a process to assess the eligibility of a survivor of abuse and care sentenced for a serious violent or sexual offence?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for her contribution and thoughtful speech that she gave in the second reading. This is something that we considered. This is something that Cabinet considered. There are a number of different ways that countries look at this issue. Some start from a position of neutrality and some start from a position of a presumption against. And we did look at all of those. It was Cabinet's decision that we start from a place of a presumption against. So I want to make the member aware that it was something that was decided on by Cabinet. When we weighed and balanced this, we looked at the numbers and we know that a very, very small number of people will be caught up by the presumption, as I've already mentioned, less than 2% so far. And of those, the vast majority will receive their redress. And we know this through overseas examples. This is for a very small minority of egregious cases. It is worth noting that, yes, there were a number of people, a lot of people who went through the prison system after being in state care, but the vast majority of them were not for serious, egregious crimes that meant that there was a prison sentence of 5 years or more. As I've already said, only a small number of these people are caught in the presumption. Regarding the comments around, again, thoughtful comments around the fact that we have been for 20 years making payments to everybody who has come forward, that is the case. However, there has never been a spotlight on our redress system and on survivors in state care and of this issue that is a dark stain on our past as there is right now. And yes, in the last 20 years, we have been paying out serious offenders who have left behind them a trail of victims, and even potentially current ones who've done that very recently. It is the view, though, of Cabinet that it is reasonable to expect that we take another look at those who have been caught up in the presumption by an independent, highly qualified person to take another look at that case to make sure that, given the highlighting of this issue more recently and the considerable interest by the media and the public around this, that it is important that we safeguard the system and public confidence in the system so that New Zealanders know we are taking another look at the very small percentage of people who have been serious criminal offenders, spent more than five years or more in prison for their offending, or have been sentenced to 5 years or more, I should say, for their criminal offending, which does create a very, very high bar. And Cabinet believed that was entirely reasonable. But I do want to state to the member that we were not oblivious to the fact that there are a number of different ways of doing this, but it was Cabinet's decision to start with a presumption against. Can I, in response to the first member's questions, the legal presumption sets out a starting point that they are ineligible. It's an assumption that law requires a court to make sure, unless there is enough evidence to prove otherwise. And so it sets out a starting point that they're ineligible, but it can be overturned if a redress officer considers, and those things that they should consider are laid out in the bill. And in relation to the second question by the first questioner, it sets out a very simple process, one that is easy to understand, that's transparent, so survivors have a choice whether or not they choose to go through the process with the independent redress officer, or if they choose not to, or if in fact they choose to wait and go through it at a later date, or in fact choose to go through it and then wait and go through it again if they are declined in the first instance.
Helen White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was interested in the comments made by the Minister when she introduced this process right now, and one of her comments was that if people were excluded from this process, they didn't have no redress, they could go through the normal court process. And I've been thinking a lot about the concern that I've got that this piece of law really denies responsibility for the causal connection between the abuse of people, often severe, and their repeating of those kinds of abuses in their later life, leading to imprisonment. Those things are not comfortable truths, but they are scientific. The reality is there is a connection, and that does not deny self-responsibility for such actions, but it is something that we need to understand as a society. And I'd like the Minister to comment first on that, whether she accepts that despite there being issues about our own responsibility for harms that we do others, there is also an undeniable connection between abuse that we don't deal with, abuse that happens, and repeating those kinds of abuses in our culture. And whether in fact we have a concern here where we're denying that. I have a concern also that the 2% that we're talking about in this situation are probably very likely people who have suffered even more severe abuse. Those are the people that have gone on to offend heinously, and that those people are often also the most broken, and that they are now going to have to rely on a system beyond this one, which is the normal court process. And I'd like to know why that was seen as the appropriate channel for people who are probably the most inarticulate, probably the most broken, and whether it's a cynical calculation that they won't go on to take these cases in the normal court process. And I wanted to know from the Minister how she reconciles the fact that in that further court process, if they make it through the gate, they are likely to receive a lot more money than through this process. They are likely to go through a process where what has happened to them is acknowledged, and that the lack of causal connection that is true between what the court, what the Crown should be paying them to compensate them for unspeakable acts that happened to them, and the fact that they actually perpetrated such acts against others, is something that the normal court process in its justice settings simply won't take into account, because it's illogical. It doesn't mean a judge looking at such a case of somebody who's been through that process is not likely to look at this situation and say, oh, well, you committed an act to somebody else, therefore the state owes you nothing. They're likely to do the opposite and make the decision without fear or favour on what the Crown does. And so I'm interested in the decision in the second part of this clause by the drafters to say that the apology counts for nothing. Because this is another question for the Minister. Is the Minister saying that the apology counts for nothing in those courts because the court system and the Crown are expected to act in a way which tries to deny and minimise what's happened to these people at that second stage? And I'd just like a few more minutes to actually just explain why I am talking about this. And I appreciate I've only got 10 seconds to go and I won't take the whole call, but I'd like to finish this. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The concern I have is one I raised in one of my speeches on this. We had a situation where our Crown solicitors, for years and years and years, minimised the actions, the heinous acts of the state in these cases, and they did it saying that was the right thing to do. So we had a situation where we were in the public arena having a discussion about whether our Crown solicitors should have been doing that, should have been minimising in that way. And there was a great kickback at our Crown solicitors doing that to victims of abuse. There was actually a public reaction to that found that behaviour hideous. And we talked about whether the person doing that work should be working in our state, given that that was the instinct. We went through a public discussion about this. And what I want to know is why we would have any kind of separation out here of the act of apology and say we couldn't use it. Because we either accept we did it or we didn't. And are our Crown prosecutors in those 2% cases expected to go hard and deny these events happened, given we now have 6 volumes on what happened to these people, given that we have had recommendations that we wholeheartedly apologise to people who this happened to, given that we accept responsibility? Why would we deny that in this particular law and suggest it shouldn't apply? And do we expect them to go through a system of minimisation? So I hope you understand why I wanted to finish this concept, because I think it's fundamental to us accepting or otherwise the realities of the situation and where we go to from here under this piece of law, because I'd like the Minister to confirm that she expects that those people will have full rights under the alternative, which is the normal court system, and what kinds of settings she expects them to face under her leadership as the Minister. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Look, many of the points that Ms White raised I already spoke of, but I'll go through them again. The presumption is focused on the most serious, egregious offending. And as I acknowledged in my opening speech, the connection between abuse and later offending is a very complex issue, but the redress officer process is focused on the offending and the subsequent rehabilitation, and it's laid out in the bill, the decision-making framework that they would go through in order to make their determination, the nature of the offending, the term of the imprisonment imposed at sentencing, the length of time since the relevant offending took place, any rehabilitation undertaken, any information or submissions put forward by the person, and any other matter the redress officer considers relevant. And they will be looking at a range of documents that they will have access to, including sentencing notes and the like. It is important to note that if a survivor is declined and the presumption is not overturned and it is upheld, there is the ability for the survivor to come back multiple times if their circumstances have changed. Time has passed, rehabilitation has been undertaken, or any other things that the officer deems to be relevant to make potentially a different decision. Acknowledge that there can be challenges with accessing financial redress through the courts, and that is why the bill provides an opportunity for the serious offender to reapply to the out-of-court schemes after 3 years, and if their circumstances have changed. This is a decision that Cabinet took for the reasons that I have already outlined, and a very small number of people that will be caught up by this. And as we've seen in overseas jurisdictions, the number of presumptions that are upheld are low, and they are predominantly for those at the most egregious end, and taking into account the framework that I've already gone through. This was a decision that Cabinet made because we want to make sure that the public can have confidence in the scheme and that it doesn't bring it into disrepute.
Lawrence Zanard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just following up from my earlier question, I do want to thank the Minister for responding to the question I have around legal presumption, but it is perplexing because then it does actually contradict what the Minister said right at the beginning, because the starting point, yes, I hear from the Minister, but the starting point is ineligibility. And they have to then jump through all of these hurdles to then apply to see if they can overturn. That's a very different thing that is not applied to, for example, other survivors. I think that's an important distinction that must be clarified. I just want to check with the Minister if the Minister wouldn't mind responding to the question around process. I specifically asked whether the process, I know we're going to discuss more the detail of the process, but how much of that process is survivor-led. Now moving on to 3C, Roman numeral 1 and 2, and I will leave this call, Mr. Chair, at clause 3, and I'm happy to move on to further clauses after this call. Now, I hear what my colleague Helen White has said and what the Minister has responded, but I do want to check. This C, Roman numeral 1 and 2, isn't referring to the redress for the abuse in care, but what happens if survivors comes into, I guess, contact with other parts. And I'm specifically looking at C Roman numeral 1 because it's not relevant to any determination of fault or liability, presumably of the person, of a person to a survivor. I want to check in terms of the wording for that. The question there is, what then happens when the survivor comes into contact with other parts of our legal system as a result of abuse in care? Is this something that is touched on by this particular clause? Now, the reason I ask that is, while I understand, for example, C Roman numeral 2, where the evidence of an apology is not admissible in civil proceedings seeking remedies, because presumably the redress of this is providing that remedy, and therefore civil proceedings may not be required. But what happens if you're looking at not civil proceedings, but criminal proceedings? Is that covered under C Roman numeral 1? And then in that case, for example, how does the experience of a survivor as a result of abuse in care is considered as a part of any criminal proceeding, and how would the apology come into contact with that? Furthermore, in those contexts where a survivor of abuse in care is in front of a criminal proceeding or is a part of a criminal proceeding, how does that apology and this particular bill and this particular part of the Act interact with Section 27 of Sentencing Act around cultural report? Are there any interactions then regarding the apology and any potential Section 27 report? So the process question that is still outstanding from the Minister regarding survivor-led, and also my new questions around potentially criminal proceedings and interaction of the apology with any criminal proceedings and Section 27 report are my two questions at present.
Mr. Speaker, I already answered the first question, but in terms of the second one, the apology, as is clearly laid out in the bill, only applies to in relation to civil claims. It does not apply to criminal proceedings, but in a criminal proceeding, the evidence required would be retested and would be required. So much higher bar for that evidence to be produced than in a civil proceeding. So that should answer the member's question.
Helen White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask a question about Clause 4, and it's 4A, that the purpose of this scheme is to recognise a person's experience of abuse and care. I'd like the Minister to tell me why she thinks that the legal presumption against compensation and the denial of civil liability or a denial of the acceptance that has been a problem here and that there has been actions of abuse and an apology for that, why those things are consistent with recognising a person's experience of abuse and care. Because I can see the other way around that that's true. The purpose of the apology is to accept the experience of the abuse and care, but the denial of it can't possibly be. And so I'd like the Minister to answer that. And I'd also like to ask the Minister what discussion she had around a concern about the immorality of unjust enrichment through this scheme in terms of that. So my argument before the committee when we were going through this discussion was, all right, we've got these people who have conducted terrible criminal acts and they've ended up in prison, and they have gone on to victimise other people. Couldn't we look at something where we recognise what's happened to them and then we've moved into a space where that money perhaps gets ring-fenced for the victims of those other acts? Then we'll be recognising a causal connection and we'd be allowing people to show remorse. None of that seemed to be acceptable. Mm-hmm. What we ended up with was the money staying with the Crown. And that seems to me to be an unjust enrichment. So I cause an act which causes you harm, but I'm off the hook because I prove you harmed someone else. That to me seems like an unjust enrichment of the state. And while I accept that there is a possibility, we don't know how remote, of coming back and asking for this money at another time, it doesn't seem a reasonable outcome in terms of public sentiment that the state is enriched by this. So I would like the Minister to answer that question in terms of the purpose of what we are doing here. which is to recognise this abuse and that it happened. Thank you. I'd really like your answers.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I'd love to give them. Mr. Speaker, in relation to Clause 4, there is a recognition of a person's experience of abuse and care through the supports that they receive, the access to their records, the survivor listening experience through the Survivor Experiences Service, and of course the apology. And as I've already noted on a number of occasions, there is the ability for the person who is caught up by the presumption to come back multiple times and test whether or not they can have the presumption overturned. In relation to the member's second point about finding the victims and using the funds that wasn't potentially not paid out to someone who falls within the presumption, this was considered. As you can imagine, we considered a range of different things. It is extraordinarily complex, not only to find victims, and there have been attempts to run this kind of process in the past through other mechanisms in other areas, and it hasn't been particularly successful. But I think the thing we came down to was also that the person is able to reapply after 3 years, and then again and again and again when their circumstances change. So it would be an unusual thing to do to use the redress to then pay out a victim and then have to pay out redress to the survivor, potentially in 3 years or again and again and again. So we did certainly consider that, but on balance, we decided to make sure that the person caught up in the presumption was able to reapply on multiple occasions. And it's also important to note that it's not a saving by the Crown. There are many victims of state abuse in care. As you know, we have a backlog that we're trying to address through the money we put in through the last budget, but every dollar is going into the redress scheme and into paying victims the redress.
The Honourable Jean Prime.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for the issues that they have been exploring with the Minister and for her responses. I did want to ask the Minister whether she would actually consider changing the reference to serious violent and sexual offenders and replace it with a survivor of abuse and care sentenced for a serious violent or sexual offence in every instance that it appears throughout the Act. It does appear in Clause 3.
Is it an AP? Did you?
Sorry?
Did you put an amendment in on this?
Yes, that is a tabled amendment.
Do you have a number?
I don't have a number on the one in front of me, sorry. It's the one in the top of my pack.
I'll find it.
Yeah, so it's in Part 1, Part 2, Schedule 1. It's throughout. I'm talking to Clause 3, Mr. Chair, where it is the first reference to serious violent and sexual offenders in 3. So the rationale for this is that labelling them throughout the bill as serious violent or sexual offenders reduces them to the criminal act that they have committed at some point in time. It's erasing the entire person and their experience of abuse through a label such as this is pejorative, and it undermines their mana. The Royal Commission and High Level Design Group recommended that restoration and healing for survivors, their whānau and communities was a paramount priority for a redress system. And so the question to the Minister is, would she consider replacing references to serious violent and sexual offenders or serious violent and sexual offender with a survivor of abuse in care sentenced for a serious violent or sexual offence in every instance? The other thing I wanted to add to the apology section, and it is new, Mr. Chair, is another tabled amendment that I have, which is to Clause 3, and that is that a new paragraph be inserted, 3C1A, it would be, which is that an apology must be developed in partnership with the survivor to apologise in a way that is meaningful to them as part of the wider healing. Mr. Speaker, the reason for this is that developing an apology with a survivor is a recommendation from the Royal Commission's redress report, He Pura Pura Ora He Mara Tipu. This is because Survivors have different needs and expectations from an apology, and working with them to discuss these and develop the apology will result in an apology that has meaning to a survivor. Meaningful apologies can help survivors heal and move on with their lives. Given that there is the proposal here that apology then limits any ability to take civil proceedings, and I understand the Minister clarified around legal, but in the civil case, and the strong recommendations of the Royal Commission that these things be done with the survivors' participation, being meaningful and addressing part of their wider healing. Just two matters for the Minister to consider before we move well off clause 3.
Honourable Minister.
Look, in response to those two, I'll cover the last one first, that clause 3, insert new C1. We have considered this, but won't be supporting it. We believe that it's best covered in the guidance that will be developed as part of the Common Apologies policy. We won't be supporting it. We think that it's best covered in the guidance that will be developed as part of the Common Apologies policy. The government's also still to formally respond to this recommendation from Her Pura Ora, and so it would be premature to codify it in legislation. In relation to the other amendment, which I hadn't seen but I've just looked at now, there is a legal definition of serious sexual and violent offenders already in law, and changing that would be highly problematic, but I can assure the member that we'll be very careful in our communications and guidance that is put out and soften our language. But in terms of the bill, it's really important we stick with the legal definition.
Kaharagi Kata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to be speaking on part 1, section 3. And I know that it's been spoken about, but I've just wanted to clarify some of the kōrero that's already happened, particularly the comments around the public's confidence in the scheme and understanding where that section 3 bracket A, close bracket, establish the legal presumption that serious violent and sexual offenders are not eligible for financial redress under a redress scheme, and what advice the Minister received that upholding the recommendations of the Royal Commission of Inquiry into abuse and care that all survivors receive that financial redress. So I'm really interested to know what advice there was around the public not having confidence if they were given that financial redress, because acknowledging survivors who are in the gallery with us today and everyone who is listening and reading this, we know that the effect of this presumption is that everybody who applies for redress is going to have to do a criminal check.
No, it's not true.
Is that not? Okay. Well, the Minister's just indicated that's not correct, so that's great to know. So the advice around where this could potentially bring it into disrepute. And I think that the Minister also talked about examples of schemes overseas where this was used as well, and I'd like to know where this decision came from in terms of assuming that something that has been done for a really long time in New Zealand will now bring it into disrepute. So that would be great to know. And also just in response to the Minister's kōrero in section 4 around that there is an ability for somebody, a survivor who has had financial redress denied because of this clause 3A, that there is like ability to reapply every 3 years and then over and over and over again. And what advice the Minister has had on that success internationally, because if we're modelling it off a redress system that's already out, we did get some advice on that in Select Committee, and it was a tiny proportion, tiny percentage of survivors who had been denied that who did reapply. And so leaning back on that is, it feels like it's a bit insincere because it's probably not going to happen. We're talking about survivors who've been through the worst of the system, had so little trust, and have fought so hard to be recognised, to have this apology, and then to be denied, and then to say, oh, but you can come back in 3 years, and you can come back in 3 years, and actually that being used as the reason why this is moral or legally okay, when we know that they're probably not going to reapply. So two questions there, one around section 3A, and what advice did the Minister receive around bringing, that the public would think that financial redress would bring the system into disrepute? And the second is around the international evidence of this reapplying after being denied every 3 years, and what advice there was that this would actually be effective for those survivors. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Mr Chair, just clearing up one of the misunderstandings. Not all survivors will have the check undertaken. The redress agency has discretion as to whether to undertake a criminal check. Survivors who make a declaration saying yes, or if they are unsure about having been convicted of one or more of those offences, will continue through the criminal check process. Survivors who make a declaration saying no will not automatically be checked. There will be a randomised check carried out to protect the integrity of the process. Mr Chair, as I've already mentioned a couple of times now, these decisions were very finely balanced. We do know that only a very, very small number of survivors will even be caught by the presumption. At the moment it's less than 2%, and the number who will continue to be caught by the presumption after going through the process is even smaller, but they are the most egregious cases based on the criteria that the redress officer will use. Now, Mr Speaker, Cabinet took the approach of the fact that there are other victims out there, and potentially recent victims, and as I've already mentioned, the fact that there is much more of a spotlight on the apology and the process and redress and this dark stain in our history, that cases where these serious, very few serious criminal offenders are denied or are paid redress could well bring the scheme into disrepute. That was a decision that was made by Cabinet. There are countries overseas that we have looked at. There aren't that many who have such a scheme, but we looked at Australia and we looked at Scotland, and they are very different than our scheme. Theirs have different complexities than ours, but we can look to some of those schemes. But our scheme is very different, so it doesn't necessarily correlate. Some of the outcomes of their redress or of their presumption cases will not directly correlate here. We can only sort of use it as some learnings, but we are trying to create something that is bespoke for our country, with a Cabinet that believes that if you are a perpetrator of a serious criminal offence in the sexual or violent areas, that, and with that process that the redress officer will go through, we believe that it's important to make sure that we are acknowledging the other victims of those crimes out there, to make sure that the system is fair, and that we're taking all of the different aspects into consideration through the independent redress officer.
All right, Jan, just conscious we are getting a little repetitive, some of these questions. Helen White.
Thank you. I want to look at, first of all, clause 4A, which is the decision that is an amendment, and it is that we are going to exclude issues where there's been torture. And I'd like the Minister to explain why it was a decision made that the public would not see this as an issue if somebody had been had committed an action, etc., that was criminally liable at that kind of level, and their torture would be that point, that flashpoint, which would change the public response. So I'd like to know why we've made this exception and why there is a line drawn in those situations. I'd also like to have a look, for the Minister to have a look at the interpretation clause, and in particular the interpretation definition of apology. And I can see from my reading that it's very easy to look at what people have landed on as core elements of a sincere apology. And to be brief, they involve clear responsibility, accepting responsibility, specific validation, absolutely no conditions. You cannot make conditions on the apology. It can't be an apology but. It's got to be clear. No deflection. Don't bring up external circumstances and stresses. An expression of empathy and an offer to repair. Change to behaviour. There's often just a belief that it is very important in the case of an apology that our actions speak louder than our words. So that is important in terms of where we've all landed in terms of the wisdom of what a real apology looks like. Now, if I look at the definition of apology in the Act, it says that it means an acknowledgement or expression of sympathy or regret, includes any statement of facts on which the apology is based, and may include an admission of fault. It's a very interesting terminology. It might include an admission of fault. I think it probably does. It probably has to, right? And if you look at that definition of apology, I'd like the comment of the Minister of whether she agrees with what I just read out, which I don't think is an unusual. I haven't gone out searching for a definition of apology, of sincere apology, that matches my thinking. That's pretty mainstream. And looks at this and says, does she agree that this definition of apology lacks the elements that most of us as a society need to be there in order to consider it sincere? And then also how she reconciles that with the but, the huge but in this legislation, which says we hurt you but. We caused your life to be destroyed but. And then we don't do that for torture. But we do it for somebody who's been raped. So it's a really sincere question. How are we reconciling that? And what I'd also like to know from the Minister is whether she thinks that the public opinion that she's referring to in this would actually be at all worried about the lack of correlation with sincere apology in our legislation and what we do today. Thank you. I'm very interested.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, when the Government agreed to introduce the presumption against financial redress for serious offenders, it agreed that the redress scheme for survivors of torture at the Lake Alice Psychiatric Hospital and Adolescent Unit would be excluded from the scope. Now, this recognises that the response to torture at Lake Alice is a discrete process, separate, relating to New Zealand's international obligations. The response to torture is primarily driven by our obligations under the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhumane or Degrading Treatment or Punishment. The Convention Against Torture requires state to ensure that any victim of torture obtains redress and has an enforceable right to be fair and adequate compensation, including the means for full rehabilitation as possible. So torture to date has only been acknowledged at the Lake Alice Child and Adolescent Unit. However, the government agreed that should torture be acknowledged in any other context or an individual be successfully prosecuted for torture under the Crimes of Torture Act 1989, any redress provided would not be covered by the presumption. Redress for torture in other contexts would be provided outside of the existing state redress schemes as covered by the bill.
Honourable Willow Jean Prime, I'm aware that as I entered to the House, the previous chair had said that we have been going and we're starting to get a little repetitive, so I would like these to be questions rather than speeches on specific issues that maybe haven't been touched on before.
Sure, thank you. Yep, thank you, Madam Chair. That was in relation to Clause 3. We're now moving into Clause 4. So hopefully that is new material and questions.
If it's not repetitive and it's a new clause and it's just a question rather than a speech, that's okay.
Well, I'm going to talk to my amendment paper, so it requires a bit of an explanation.
Yeah, you can explain.
Thank you. And the question to the Minister is, would she consider this tabled amendment? Talking to Clause 4, and my proposed amendment, which I understand on the table is in a bundle and they don't have numbers specifically allocated to them. So this is one in there on Clause 4, and it is around inserting a new clause, subclause, brackets AB, with the words aim to heal and restore individuals mana, tapu and mauri. And the reason for this is that there are three components to the Royal Commission's first recommendation in the report He Purapura Ora He Maratipu. The aim to heal and restore individuals' mana, well-being, sacredness and life force is core to what a redress scheme is about and what survivors need. The other two components were acknowledgement and apologies for the abuse and harm and trauma, and taking decisive and effective steps to prevent further abuse. So a bill that legislates for a redress system, it is my submission that it should have this aim at its core. So the question to the Minister is, would she consider inserting a new subclause AB, which includes the words aim to heal and restore individuals' mana, tapu and mauri, coming directly from the Royal Commission's redress report. While the Minister gives that some consideration. Are you ready to respond? Okay, yep.
Honourable Minister.
Thanks. We won't be supporting this. These changes are inconsistent with Cabinet's decisions on the purpose of redress. The Government has also declined the He Purapura Ora Recommendation 1 and said it would not implement this in Recommendation 2 in the way the Royal Commission has suggested. But I want to point out in Section 4B3 that there is counselling and other wellbeing support that is provided to survivors to ensure that they get the support that they need in order to heal.
Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
That is unfortunate that Cabinet doesn't believe that restoring or acknowledging that the purpose of the scheme is to heal, restore individuals' mana, tapu and mauri, but that is the response that the Minister has given. My next amendment paper for Clause 4 is whether the Minister would consider inserting an additional subparagraph, AB, which would give effect to te tiriti or waitangi. This was the Royal Commission's second recommendation in whanaketia. The Royal Commission considered that the redress system should be explicitly required to give effect to te tiriti or waitangi. This was because of the disproportionate number of Māori in state care and affected by abuse, and due to their findings of multiple ways te tiriti or waitangi obligations had been ignored, or not fulfilled by the people and systems responsible for the care of children, young people and at-risk adults. So the question to the Minister is, would she consider including a paragraph which inserts giving effect to te tiriti or waitangi?
Madam Speaker,
Minister.
I already answered that in my previous question. Answer, sorry.
Sorry, are you saying that Cabinet has already made a decision not to support specific recommendations in He Purapura order, and one of those is the treaty? Sorry, I don't have it in front of me, so if the Minister could just...
I'll read out exactly what I said again. The Government has also declined He Purapura order recommendation 1 and said it would not implement He Purapura order recommendation 2 in the way the Royal Commission has suggested.
Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
So just to also be clear, that is a rejection of He Purapura order, but have they taken further decisions on all of the recommendations throughout whanaketia, which makes references to the importance of including te tiriti or waitangi in the government's response? Sorry, the Minister's nodding her head, but I think she should answer.
Just keep asking the questions and she will answer.
Sure. While the Minister takes further advice on that, the next amendment paper pertaining to Clause 4 that I would like the Minister to consider, sorry, it is quite a separate topic, Madam Speaker, and I think the Minister would probably want to hear me.
We'll make sure that she gets the question, so that's fine. Keep going. We'll make sure.
Sure. Okay, so the next clause, which I believe the Minister also needs to give some consideration to, is inserting a new paragraph, which would be Clause 4B4. And that would be to consider putting in the words assistance with accessing care records. That would also be in Clause 5, where the definition of redress, a new clause be inserted around assistance with accessing care records. So the explanation for this one, Madam Chair, is that for many survivors of abuse and care, getting their official records are an important part of understanding what happened to them and helping them to heal. Records are often necessary for survivors to be able to make claims for services or access other information or opportunities. The Royal Commission found that records were sometimes not kept, inaccurate, destroyed, or otherwise difficult to access for survivors. Providing assistance to access records was part of Recommendation 25 of the Royal Commission's He Purapura Order He Maratipu report, and this is a key part of the redress. But before the Minister perhaps responds to that particular paper, I am keen to get that clarification on te tiriti o waitangi.
Honourable Minister.
In relation to the amendment paper in the name of Willow Jean Prime, the access to care records, National will be supporting this amendment paper, and thanks the member for giving it to us in advance so that we could take a really good look at it. Assistance with care, access to care records is an important part of the state redress system, and we agree it should be explicitly recognised in the bill. So for many survivors, information related to their placements and time in care is a critical part of building their understanding about what occurred to them. The Royal Commission found that record keeping was often sporadic, at times inaccurate, and that obstructive and bureaucratic processes around accessing care records increased distress for survivors. So in some instances, records were deliberately destroyed, and some survivors have had to take court action to try and access their records. So including assistance with access to care records explicitly in the bill makes it clear to redress agencies that this is a key part of the redress process, not a secondary consideration. So the amendment paper also complements the changes that were passed in the first bill that responded to the Royal Commission, that enhanced the power of the Chief Archivist to monitor record keeping across agencies and require improvements where necessary, and empowering that Chief Archivist to conduct earlier re-audit of agencies identified as having poor information management and require timely improvements to record keeping, and clarifying that Archives New Zealand may inspect all stages of agency record keeping and increased transparency through mandatory reporting. again thank the member for bringing the paper forward. We considered it at length last night and agree it's a good amendment, so we'll be supporting that one. On the treaty provision, there are a range of treaty findings and recommendations that the government has responded to or not yet responded to, and the relevant recommendation for this definition is the He Pura Ora 2, which the government has agreed not to implement.
Kaharangi Kata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just speaking to Part 1, Section 4, and I do want to acknowledge the work that the Minister has done for the survivors of Lake Alice. Many of them have talked about the process and the access to redress as being part of that healing process, and I know that the Minister has worked really hard on that. I want to ask around the further work that will be done there. I guess how this law is going to be applied to other institutions that there was also torture, and then acknowledging that many survivors never go on to offend, but those that do, and those in the serious offender category who were going to be denied that financial redress, we know that many of those survivors who've ended up with criminal charges is because of the inappropriate standards of care, misdiagnosis and mistreatment. So we know a lot of those survivors were misdiagnosed if they were schizophrenic or if they had a neurodiversity, and then what has resulted has been severe neglect and harm, which could be interpreted in legal sense as torture. And so I would like to know what advice the Minister has had around particularly those who were misdiagnosed, those neurodiverse kiddies, those kids who had schizophrenia, those mental health needs that were misdiagnosed and then went on to have terrible treatment, which could be classed as torture. Has any work been done in that area, which means that some of these serious, these survivors who have these serious criminal charges would then be excluded from that clause in clause 3, sorry, in part 3, because it would then be classed as torture. Yeah, it would be really helpful to know what work has been done in that space, because I know that the work that's been done with Lake Alice has been a pathway to some healing, and it would be good to know with those people who are in our prisons because of misdiagnosis and mistreatment and potentially torture could also benefit from this clause here. Thank you.
Honourable Minister. Chair. To the very first point, what is happening around torture in other areas is not in the scope of this bill, so I'm not going to make a comment on that. As I've already outlined, torture is not included in this bill. And I've already outlined a number of times now that we acknowledge that the connection between abuse and state care and serious criminal offending is extraordinarily complex, which is why we have a very descriptive decision-making framework that is laid out in the legislation for the redress officer to use when they are deciding whether or not the presumption should hold. I already mentioned those, the length of time since the offending, the nature of the offending, any notes, sentencing notes, they'll be taken into consideration, rehabilitation, any other submissions put forward. So there is a process to go through to make sure that the legal professional who is taking this into account uses that framework to make their decision, and as I've already said, less than 2% of people at this stage are caught up by the presumption, and we know from other jurisdictions and from this decision-making framework that the people who will have the presumption held will be a very, very small number of people who have committed the most egregious crimes, taking into account the decision-making framework.
Helen White.
Thank you. I'm conscious that there have been people watching in the gallery and there are also people watching at home who would have some questions that we have not traversed, and so I want to do that.
Just be mindful that this has also had a select committee process. So a lot of this is actually won't be new information to some of those people.
Some of those people, yes.
Thank you.
So one of the things that I would like the Minister to address is why the list in clause 5 under the redress scheme, there's a list of institutions that we are looking at here. And we are looking basically at state care ones, not church ones, even though the inquiry looked at both. So could the Minister explain what would happen if you were in one of the other institutions? And then there's also the exclusion of Lake Alice, which has its own process. And if the Minister could explain why those two things are being treated separately. Thank you, I'd be grateful.
Honourable Willow Jean Prime, just ask your question while the Minister's being brief, so we'll make sure that the question gets to the Minister.
Sure. I am now moving on to my proposed amendments for clause 5. So the last ones that I did all covered clause 4. So and these are still the preliminary provisions. So in clause 5, whether the Minister would consider including the definition of abuse and care to delete arising from or relating to acts or omissions of the state that occur. In clause 5.1, definition of redress scheme, replace it with this being the abuse of children and young persons in the care of oranga tamariki. That's 5.1a. That's right, and so my proposal is that the Minister consider replacing it with the abuse of children and young persons in the care of a predecessor agency of oranga tamariki. Given the Minister for Children over there can see the issue with having the definition to something that actually is a newer organisation, and we are referring to, so you can leave the words oranga tamariki in there, but referring to a predecessor or agency of. So the clause as currently drafted could now require claimants to prove that the abuse they suffered was a result of an act or omission by the state. This is a shift from the current practice, and this creates a requirement for claimants to prove that their abuse occurred due to an act or omission, placing further burdens on survivors. In the definition of redress scheme, it is not clear why oranga tamariki and its predecessors are treated differently to other agencies. There should be no differential treatment. This was one of the major issues the Royal Commission found, in that survivors were treated differently by different agencies' redress schemes. So for the benefit of the Minister for Children, this is the tabled amendment in the package of them, which includes 10, when you get to clause 5. So it might be that the government wants to take a bit more time to consider that one. I don't want to jump right ahead, therefore, to clause 10, because there might be other contributions that others might want to make.
Keep going.
No, well, I'll leave it there because that's one
Well, if
amendment.
the Minister's ready to answer, we'll let the Minister answer, and then we'll get you to clause 10.
Thanks.
Honourable Minister.
I'm just going to go back to Helen White's question around why we're not talking about non-state redress. The government hasn't taken decisions yet around non-state redress. Those are future decisions yet to be taken by Cabinet. This is around the existing state redress system. And so, of course, in that instance, you would expect not to see any mentions of non-state redress, for example, the church in this bill. We've made that clear in the past, and I thought the member should know that.
Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will move on while I await an answer on the tabled amendment, hoping that they will give that consideration. Before getting to 10, Madam Chair, you might have been a bit excited that we were really moving along there.
The member referred to clause 10. It wasn't me that started that conversation.
I just sensed a little bit of we're at 10. 9, clause 9. So I have a tabled amendment there for clause 9, which replaces clause 9 with a new clause, which is that the state must assess exclusion from financial payment. So the proposal there is that a survivor of abuse and care sentenced for a serious, violent or sexual offence is eligible for financial redress under a redress scheme unless the redress officer appointed under Section 10 determines Section 19 that financial redress should not be made available to the person. And our suggestion, so that is our proposal to replace the current clause 9.
Actually, we've just had a regroup up here. Clause 9 and 10 are in part 2.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Oh, right.
So okay. So we'll just await the minister's answer.
Answer to that, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Did you want to?
It's okay. We'll wait for the minister's answer, and then I do intend to move on to part 2.
I have got so many tables in front of me. Yeah, my next amendments are to the next section. But are you saying, Madam Chair, that we can't move on to the next section till this one's?
No, we'll just wait till we close off this section, and I'm just waiting for that. Yeah, and if the minister wants a little bit more time just to make sure answer are correct, that's fine. Honourable Minister.
Sure. Look, there are several issues with the amendment paper. We're not going to be supporting it. The definition of abuse and care reflects current eligibility criteria for the state redress schemes, and redress must be related to some fault on behalf of the state, so it is would be difficult to remove that. Their suggestions to refer to care rather than care protection and control could actually narrow that definition.
Too late, Mr. Costley. I'm going to take a call from Helen White. You may wish to be a little quicker next time. I can't close in the absence of a closure motion, but Ms. White beat you to it. Helen White.
Thank you. I just want to draw, and it's really nice to be able to have the Minister respond and then be able to draw on things that we've talked about, so it's a real debate. And the issue there with the definition, the rejection of the definition of abuse and care, is it goes to a point I tried to make earlier and I didn't really get a response to, which is this issue about the nature of the restriction on apology. So the restriction on apology includes a may accept fault, yet this, when the Minister was talking about the reason, is the acceptance of fault in the terminology around abuse and care, that we accept it. So I haven't had an answer on this as to why we're using the term may in fault, because surely we should at least accept fault here with an uncategorical fault acceptance, and we seem to be trying to do that in the definition of abuse but not doing it in terms of what our apology is, which is our definition is cagey as. So can I please have an answer to to why. Those things are not in alignment. Thank you.
Tim Costley.
That debate on this question now closed.
The question is that debate on this question now closed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The party vote is called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote opposed.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. I'm just going to give you that one. I've got 2 copies here in this one. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Clause 5 set out on AP number 569 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Honourable Willow Jean Prime's tabled amendments to Part 1 replacing the phrases serious violent and sexual offenders and serious violent or sexual offender be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Willow Jean Prime's tabled amendment to Clause 3A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Willow Jean Prime's tabled amendment to Clause 4, inserting new paragraph AB relating to Te Tiriti or Waitangi be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Taku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kap.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The Question is that Honourable Willow Jean Prime's tabled amendment to Clause 4, inserting new paragraph AB relating to the restoration of an individual's mana, tapu and Māori be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Te Kuta
4 votes in favour.
Te Kuta Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Question is that Honourable Willow Jean Prime's tabled amendments to Clause 4B and 5.1 regarding access to care records be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. 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 The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is agreed. The question is that Honourable Willow Jean Prime's tabled amendments to Clause 5.1 amending the definition of abuse in care and redress scheme be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Te Kuta Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Question is that Honourable Willow Jean Prime's tabled amendments to Clause 5.1 replacing redress officer with redress panel be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Te Kuta Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Part 1 is amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Oh. I didn't hear the call of... Well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it, but obviously there's 2 members actually saying that they did call. So, yeah, I'm going to take their word for it, and I've got someone here that actually heard it. So I'm going to actually take that vote again. The question is that Part 1 is amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote has been called for. Thank you, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Te Kuta Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. And I will say on that point, next time there is a vote, I would like to hear it, please. And also to members when they're standing up to take calls, make sure that you're effectively taking them with haste. Right, we now come to part 2. Part 2 is the debate on clause 9 to 25, including proposed new clause 26, redress system for abuse and care. The question is that part 2 stand apart. Helen White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to know a lot more than I do about the redress officer position. And one of the issues that I've got is in clause 10(1)(a), and then the options that are available for the appointing of that officer. So there is an officer who is supposed to be either a retired judge or a King's Counsel, and then there is a lawyer of not less than 7 years legal experience. Now, my experience is that's a really big gap between King's Counsel and a lawyer of not less than 7 years experience. That is a gap in terms of the recognition of competence and the reality of experience. And so I'd like to know why 7 years was landed upon as adequate competence, and whether, given the financial difference between hiring a King's Counsel or a retired judge and a lawyer of 7 years experience or more, we may get a tendency to hire at that lower financial band, and what consideration went on in terms of choosing that category. And I would also like to know about the nature of that work in terms of anticipating whether it would be exclusive as a role. So a lot of those roles that we have, and I think some of them are wonderful, some of those people in those roles, they are full-time roles, and I appreciate what the Minister said about this being a small category of people. Would this be anticipated to be a full-time role for those people? And if not, how are we dealing with the potential conflict that might occur between the rest of their work? Given the list of competencies here, how are we going to deal with that if they're not exclusively working on this? Because a King's Counsel with experience in the criminal justice system and an understanding of victims' rights, etc., they'll be in hot demand, and they'll be earning a lot of money beyond this work. And so is it acceptable for them to do this job and work with people who are charged with criminal offences or victims, etc., alongside it? Is that seen as something that will enrich the work that they're doing or conflict with it? I do see the point in the fact that at those higher levels of experience, people have a depth of knowledge of the realities of the situation, but I'd love to know more about what's envisaged there given the amount of work required and how many hours on the ground somebody like this is supposed to put in. I also would like to know what training is envisaged for them. We have already huge issues with training in understanding particularly abuse and the psychology of abuse, and then the issues around sexual violence. These are all really important issues if they're going to be dealing with the victims of this violence who are our most vulnerable, and that's recognised under this law itself. I've seen reference to the vulnerable adults that we're dealing with. What training will be given to that person? Because my worry is that we've got this single person that is we're relying on to be a lot of things at once, and it's really important that we have somebody who's doing that job very sensitively. And I don't mean to be disparaging of anybody who steps into that role. I have met extraordinary people doing roles like this, but I just want to know what is envisaged in terms of making sure that they're up to date. And I take the point, and I'd just like to finish my point, but I promise it won't be the full call. Okay, so if you have a look, if the Minister has a look at the clause, for example, of the criteria, we have that this person has to have the ability to make a balanced and reasonable judgment of community expectations. That is actually quite the unpacking that needs to happen. So what do we expect from them in that way? How are they going to be armed and supported to do that job? What will they have to do in terms of making inquiries into that area in a time where there are changing norms around this? And very much the legal profession has been part of the problem rather than solution at times. So I genuinely love some answers to those questions. Thank you for your indulgence.
Just for the benefit of the speakers to my right, the member did seek the call and I gave her an extended time to take it. Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I'll go through those one by one. As I'm sure the member knows, because I know she's a lawyer, lawyers of more than 7 years standing are eligible for appointment as a judge, and it's commonly used in appointment provisions. But I'd also point her to clause 10B with all of the criteria that are set out for the person that they would have to have, because we do want to get the right person. I think this was covered in the select committee around the fact that this is unlikely to be a full-time role, given, as she's already raised, that the very small number of people that will be caught by the provision. But as she will also be aware in the bill, there is the ability to appoint an alternative redress officer. It provides a way to deal with any conflicts of interest, but as you can imagine, conflicts of interest obligations would apply. Around the comments she made around would the person be up to date, I think if she just reads 10B, that answers her question.
Dr. Lawrence, you know.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in terms of part 2, of course, this is the part with a substantial, the substantial section around the presumption that we discussed in part 1. We're not going to discuss clause 9 because I think that's well covered as part of part 1, but the detail is what I would like to cover, and starting with clause 10. Now, I'm hearing what my colleague Helen White has mentioned, and I just also note to you as well, Madam Chair, that the Minister has yet to respond or address my question around survivor-led process. Now, when it comes to clause 10 as well, if you look at 10.1a, the Minister must appoint a redress officer who is a retired judge and all of those. I hear what my colleague is saying, but the issue we have, and we're looking at that presumption and the fact that, you're asking for a redress officer that the survivor had to then deal with, being one of those people, I think it's important at this stage we remind the House that as part of the apology, Crown Law and the Solicitor General came out and apologized for the role that Crown Law has played in all of this trauma that has been placed on the survivors over the last X number of decades. Yet we're seeing over here that the redress officer is part of that same system that traumatized the survivors and actually went against the experience and the stories and the narratives and the voices of the survivors in the first place. So I guess my question to the Minister is, how does the Minister expect survivors who need to challenge that legal presumption to trust the redress officer when the people who are appointed as redress officer were part of the problem to begin with? I think that aspect of trust is really important. I understand why the Minister would do all of those, but I think that is a genuine question that the survivors really deserve a response to. I also want to check, this is something that I hear the Minister refer to quite a bit in part 1, which is that this is not my decision, it was part of Cabinet. I also want to acknowledge the Minister's challenge as the coordinating Minister, which requires a lot of other people's buy-in, but it's also important to check with the Minister, how has the Minister played her role as the coordinating minister in pushing for a more survivor-centric approach in all of this, including what we're currently seeing in part 2. So if the minister wouldn't mind elucidating the House on the active role that she played, despite potential opposition from the cabinet, but what has she done to ensure what the survivors ask for is being met? In terms of some of the other criteria for Clause 10(1)(b), in terms of who has all of these knowledge and understandings, this is something that was added on as part of the Select Committee process, my understanding is, but what I'm not seeing as a part of that, knowledge and understanding is important, but at any point has the minister considered the role if anyone who's a retired judge, a King's Counsel, or a lawyer of not less than 7 years of legal experience also would have had an experience as a survivor. Genuine lived experience is not the same thing as knowledge and understanding. There's a difference between being empathetic and being sympathetic. So I want to check with the minister as well if experience was ever considered as a part of that criteria in 1B. Sorry, Madam Chair, you were just listening? I thought you were going to say something.
No.
Oh, no,
I
okay.
wasn't going to say anything. I'm just waiting for your question to finish. So
My final question to the minister is, for the time being, is in 10(2), the minister may at any time appoint an alternative redress officer, but what? Oh no, it's under 3C. Those are, I'm happy with those. So those are the main questions I have for the minister under 10(1)(a) and 10(1)(b).
Honourable Minister.
Right. Taking those hopefully in order, I disagree wholeheartedly with that member's point that a retired judge, a King's Counsel or a lawyer of not less than 7 years' experience are part of the problem. I would point out to that member that many survivors have legal representation using lawyers that they trust. These are highly respected people, and in 10B have to have a range of experiences to be able to do this job. I'd also point out that when we went through a process that I'm particularly proud of, the torture redress scheme, we appointed Paul Davidson KC, the most exceptional human being that you could meet. And that process went extraordinarily well. And the survivors that I spoke to of torture in Lake Alice said to me that you could not have picked a better person. So I disagree wholeheartedly with his statements that these people are part of the problem. They are in fact part of the solution. And Paul Davidson is an exceptional human being. And we will look for another exceptional human being to run this process, hence why we've inserted 10B.
Members, the time has come for me to report progress.
The House is resumed.
Chair, sorry. Thank you. Madam Speaker, the committee has considered the Environment Disestablishment of Ministry for the Environment Amendment Bill and reports it without amendment. The committee has also considered the Redress System for Abuse and Care Bill and reports that it has made progress on the bill. Madam Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
Ayes have it.
Party vote is called for, Madam Clerk. New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
What? Oh, sorry. 11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakahe.
Tāku Te Whereas.
Ko tahi te poti whakahe.
Mare Mena Kapakini.
Ko tahi te poti whakahe.
Members, the ayes are 102, the noes are 21. The question is agreed to. The Environment Disestablishment of Ministry for the Environment Amendment Bill is set down for third reading next sitting day. The Redress System for Abuse in Care Bill is set down for further consideration in committee next sitting day. Members, the House stands adjourned until 2 p.m.